Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? That last click never fails to crack me up. It's really good. Yeah. Alright. Return to the council chamber and speak with the... Oh. Upper district. Find the last refugee citizens for the deck. Okay. Didn't play it in the league yesterday. Random rolls are in the champ. Wait, always played? Random roll I can get behind. Random champ as well? That seems a bit troll. That's a pretty cool ability, not gonna lie. Master, like Jana build, like Zeri jungle. How about Zeri jungle? Although I say that like I don't regularly play Leona jungle, which is, by the way, fucking great. load screens are a little long today. What's going on? Let me in. Yo, yo. Excuse me. Hello? No? Nothing? Okay.
Coffee 160. Hi Balor, how are you going?
Wait, how did you make it do that? Hi, Coffee. Thank you for the 76 on 3 sub. Coffee 160. Hi, Bailey. How are you doing? Wait, how is this a thing? Wait, actually, where is the bot?
Do not dwell on regrets.
Boop. Up here. Oh, I didn't go blind. For some reason, none of my badges were showing up. I don't know why. Sometimes my brain just ignores the bot too, which I don't know why I do that, but sometimes my brain just goes, nah, no need to read that. I decided to play more Ignite Fireball for a little bit, just because I only got this character to like level 90. I gotta tell you what, Ignite Fireball seems OP as fuck. Look at it spread. And then you go boom, and it's a fucking nuclear bomb. There's something wrong with how Fireball looks / moves. Is it because you're used to seeing fireballs be a fireball, but this fireball isn't a fireball? It's not in the shape of a ball. It's in the shape of a flame. You're right. After the spawning animation, it doesn't move. It just, well, it moves, but it doesn't move. It's just like a static image that slides across the screen. I wish you hadn't told me that. I wish you hadn't told me that. I can't unsee it. The tail does flicker. The tail like moves a little bit, but not with the wind either, not with the movement. It's like a little tiny static like GIF. It's like a GIF that slides across the screen. You think that's bad? This isn't even real. It's actually just a video game. You know, you said that like real sarcastically, but anyone seen that like Unreal 5 engine? Because holy balls, what? That looks real. That is indistinguishable from reality. What the fuck?
Greetings. Do not dwell on the grass.
Dangerously close to full immersion. Fucking, you said that the way, I don't know why, but the way you've typed that, I get this like feeling that you're seeing this as like a negative thing, but I'm real fucking excited about it. +2 80% non-damaging. Wow. Yo.
Less than 3 you Balor. So hyped for some last Epoch laughing face.
With the T3 sub.
I cannot do that.
I am pretty hyped for some last Epoch. And 3-month resub. Yep. I feel attacked with that tier 3 sub. Attacked? Interesting. I can't cast a skill. When I go to cast a skill, it uses, you can see the right trigger pulling down. It doesn't cast. Nothing casts. I can use a potion. Okay, I can cast with my keyboard and mouse. Now I can cast with my controller again. Okay, there are definitely like a lot of problems with the controller. controller support is very questionable. Any runes to use the ability on right trigger? Yeah, which I've got. Look, boom. They reached 1 million copies sold. That's like, yo, day one's gonna be a shit show, guys. There's no way. There's no way 11th Hour Gaming has the servers for 1 million people. No, so the right trigger is just fireball. The left trigger is this thing. It's supposed to have 2 extra mini fireballs that spiral out. Wait, what? Agrons is bugged right now. I'm trying to figure out what the hell that is. Oh, fire, fire, fire. Right. It doesn't need them. Look at it. It's a fucking nuclear missile. It doesn't need them. Fucking boom. That being said, just at a glance, having played this character to like whatever level I am now, which isn't even very high, I love Rune Master in the way of the whole build your own spell combo thing being in the game. Fucking amazing. I don't think it's something I want to deal with. It's like a lot of paying attention, man. Like, it's just a lot of paying attention. Questionable? Wait, what was questionable? I haven't tried it in a while. But I tried with the crawler a few times and it's always that way. Questionable. Yeah. It's not, I've had worse controller support than Ellie, but I've had a lot better as well. It has some problems with controller support. It's me, Natalie Marie. It's going great. I do think if I was to do a fireball build again though, I'd just be a Sork, I think. Well, unless I really like Rune Bolt when I get there. I might like Rune Bolt. Rune Bolt looks real cool. Maybe this is just fireball until I go Rune Bolt. Oh, this is my favorite bit. Wait, check this out. This is my favorite bit. It's like been like this since launch. There's an area over here. Now, you used to be able to teleport over there. You can't do that anymore. But you can still just click the ground and your character will auto path the whole way there. I'm just gonna have a look at what I'm getting here. Yeah, we'll take that. I'm gonna stop the auto pathing because that's a really big group, and I have prolif like ED contagion, except with firewall fall, so. I don't really care. I'm a PC player, but I get it. I never would have used to have cared, but as you can see, I'm wearing compression gloves. My hands are not great. They hurt regularly. And my main game, being PoE, is something you just can't use a controller for at all. It just... I know, like, technically speaking, they have controller support, but they don't really have controller support. When you have to decide you want to play with a controller and then relaunch the entire client and then be locked into the controller with a completely weird, different UI and not be able to use the mouse and keyboard until you do a full reboot again, that's not controller support. You don't have controller support. That's what that is. So anytime I get to play a video game that has controller support, I am very excited about it. Because it's just so much better on my hands. It's so much easier to play. It's not even that I would prefer a controller. Realistically, I would prefer a keyboard and mouse. Better control, better accuracy, better everything. It's just better, right? Like, you have better control with the keyboard and mouse than anyone with any console controller ever will be able to have. But I don't care about the min-maxing, man. It's just my hands hurt. And playing with a controller is so easy and nice. My hands don't hurt at all. It's great. Unless it's an FPS game these days. Oh yeah, unless it's an FPS game and they give you auto cheats. They're just like, close enough, that's a headshot, right? Close enough, that's a headshot. There's a reason console has aim assist. Yeah, it's because it's significantly shitter. But here's the thing. It used to be consoles always had aim assist of just a little bit. And then over time that got made a little bit more and a little bit more assist and a little bit more assist. And now it's better off to be on a controller in most FPS games. Because it'll just auto fucking target for you. Like, what do you, what else? It's just gonna be automatic, man. Overwatch is making their projectiles bigger too. Fucking what? Hello, hello. Do you recommend this game is better than D4, right? I hope. Mate, Solitaire is better than D4. But, yes. Okay. Monzogabro? Nailed it. Just because that's your first message here, I'll just give you the, like, TLDR. I'm a Path of Exile main person, right? Like 20, somewhere between 27 to 30,000 hours in PoE. So I've played Diablo a lot, played all the Diablos, started on D2, played a D3 most seasons, usually only for a few days, but most seasons. Played D4 every season so far. Again, barely lasts a few days. Not very good, in my opinion. This game is probably the second best ARPG on the market, by my opinion. It is like, if I put like D4's like complexity level at like a 2, which is where I put it out of 10, and I put PoE's at like a 12 out of 10 because it's more complex than any game should be for most people. This one's probably sitting at about a 6. It's definitely significantly better and more complex than any Diablo game that's come out, but nowhere near as complicated as PoE. What's the third best BalorMage? Oh, I think maybe Torchlight Infinite, actually. And then D3? Well, but then there's also, it gets a lot harder after that, man. Because it's like PoE, last Epoch, and then this massive drop, and then this massive drop, and then here's all the other games in this little rank down the bottom. Like after 3, it becomes a problem because it's going to go for me PoE, last Epoch, Torchlight Infinite, easy. And then after 3, ooh, there's a lot of options. There's a lot of options. Character skill and skill trees. So this is, I don't even know if I'd call it less complicated. Well, no, it is less complicated, but it's like completely different. So like in this instance, I picked a mage, right? So this is the mage tree. It's the starter tree. It's obviously very simple. Then you get 3 masteries, which are like ascendancies or whatever, right? The one I picked is Rune Master. That means the whole thing's unlocked, and as I level and put points in here, I'll be able to go further. But I still get access to the other 2, just only the first half. There's like a chain on these, so you can use like the first half of the sorcerer skill tree and the first half of the spellblade skill tree. But that's it, because I picked Rune Master, so I get to play the whole Rune Master thing. So like there is still 4 skill trees you're going to have access to, but they're all pretty simple individually. And then this is just a leveling character, but for now you get 5 skills, and each of those skills has a skill tree. So you get to pretty heavily customize how you play. The only thing is, day 1 could be shit just because of how much is sold. Being a fairly small company, day 1 of launch could be a shit show, and by could be, I mean I kind of expect it to be a shit show. At the very least, the first few hours is going to be a shit show. They are a small company, and they just announced that they've sold 1 million copies. Like, that's gonna be rough for anyone, and I have to just tell people, like, cut them some slack. What were we thinking, like a peak of 120k? Last one was 40. I was thinking closer to 400 to 500 peak. If I was to ballpark it. If we presume 1 million is spread across the world, it'll probably be 300k tops. I would agree with that assessment, except there's also a whole bunch of people who are interested who haven't bought yet. And because launch is only 2 weeks away, I expect that number to go higher. And so I think the end concurrent peak will be 400 to 500, somewhere in that range. Well, let me rephrase. I think the peak amount of players who will be trying to play at the same time is going to be 400 to 500,000. I don't know if the peak amount of people playing the game on day one will actually be that high. Is last Epoch closer to PoE or Diablo? I would say closer to PoE, but also like somewhat close to the middle. So like call Diablo 1 and PoE 10, and this is probably a 6. Like a little bit over halfway. Torchlight is about a 4 for you. Well, I was just thinking complexity. If I think complexity, Torchlight is probably a 4-ish comparatively to PoE. I wasn't talking like just overall fun. Like it really depends on what we're ranking it on, right? Oh. No, I can't do the thing. Like what are we even ranking it on, right? Like we've got to be more specific if we want like real rankings. I feel like I wasted $35 so many times in my life that I'm gonna have to try this game. Hey, while you're thinking about buying it, if I could interest you in using my Nexus store to buy it at !Nexus, that would be great. It's the same price as buying it from Steam. I just get the cut that Steam would have got. And then you can just link it to Steam anyway and just launch for the rest of existence from Steam like nothing is different. Helpless plug? I think you mean shameless plug. Look, I mean, I'm not going to try and make people, I'm never going to try and convince people to buy something they weren't already going to buy. But if you're already going to buy it and there's a way that I can profit from it without costing you any extra money, I'm absolutely going to plug that. I'm absolutely going to plug that. What do you mean? something you're gonna do anyway, but it costs you the same amount of money, but I can take the cut instead of Steam? Fuck yeah, I'll take Steam's cut, thanks. Yeah, Prime, you don't plug that. Yeah, I still feel weirdly about Prime. I should plug the Prime more. I do it occasionally. Studio supporters is a nice thing to install. Nice. I think we get a solar eclipse occasionally. I would call that accurate. I would call that accurate. Look, the biggest problem with trying to plug Twitch Prime is when you do it and then nothing happens and nobody uses their Prime and you feel like a dick. Like, why did I ever even say anything? I think that other PoE players would ever be interested in indie single player PoE type games. I mean, all ARPG people are interested in ARPGs. The bigger issue is we've all been burned so many times that it feels like you don't just get the benefit of the doubt anymore. Even if you're a small indie company, you don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. Odro, thank you very much for the Prime. But yeah, ARPG people, content creators included, will have a look at and consume and try any ARPG or ARPG like game you put in front of them. Anything from anybody. But no one's given anybody any money until they see something they like, because we've been burned too many times at this point, right? Like, we've been burned too many times at this point. When someone goes, hey, try this game, it's $40. People go, ah, get fucked. Like, you have to actually show a good game worth playing first. That wasn't always the case. I'd say, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago or something, you could get ARPG players to pay for anything. We were desperate. We were desperate for more ARPGs. We got burned just a few too many times. Now we're like, maybe I'll like hold on to my money until I see if it's worth playing or not. You know what's the worst? I've got the worst story for everybody. Last Epoch and Wolson both released their Kickstarters very, 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 very close to each other. And I saw and looked into both of them. And I backed the game that I thought looked cooler at the time. And I gave Wolson some money and chose not to back Last Epoch. Horrible mistakes were made. That's the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Oh man. But like, at the time, Wolson had some gameplay to show me. It looked so good. It looked visually stunning. It had a cutscene in the video to show me, and it just looked better than anything else I've ever seen. It looked better than any other game I'd ever seen at that point. and they were competing for my money. And I was like, that one looks sweet. And then we got to play it. Oh God. And it was fucking horrendous. It was so bad. It was so bad. It's still bad, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's still fucking horrendous. I did it, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, something like that. End of last league. It's certainly better than it was. But even if it launched in its current state, we would have still called it trash. Like, did it get better? Sure. Did it get good enough to warrant your attention? No. That's the worst decision I have made. Choosing to back Wolson instead of last Epoch, like, I don't know, fucking 6-7 years ago, whenever it was, when they were both on Kickstarter. Worst decision I made. Now I'm putting last Epoch at like the second best ARPG on the market. Right after PoE. And if someone asked me if it was worth playing Wolson, I would laugh in their face. It's just... Here's how bad it is. I'd rather go back and play this season of Diablo 4 than Wolson. This season. What do you actually, I don't know if people actually want me to rank them. That feels Even Grim Dawn's better than D4. I agree, and I don't even really like Grim Dawn. Not that I think it's bad. Grim Dawn is just overall really, really slow, which some people love, but for me, it's not it. Like, I want the speed, kill many, many mobs, all of them dead. I want that. I think it's an interesting conversation. Yeah, but it would also have to be like a visually interesting thing to watch. D4 is the best ARPG out there. Okay, bud. Unfortunately, obvious troll is obvious. He's from an alternate dimension. I would like to join an alternate dimension where D4 was worth playing, because I was so excited for D4. I'd like to visit that dimension. D4 isn't even in the top 2 of Diablo ARPGs. It's D2, D1, D3. That's the correct order. That's the correct order. Where does Immortal rank in that? It's the only Diablo game worse than D4. I am not a man of many pockets. I'm not paying $100 for the expansion. They can go get fucked, right? I might play the expansion because I will get it for free, and I will use that free expansion to shit out. $50 Diablo expansion personally raised the price.
I believe that the seek out.
They're talking about it being 100 USD. Wait, no. No. They're surely not, right? No, that's a joke. Surely 100 USD for a Diablo expansion is out of the fucking question. Like, absolutely not, right? Like the standard Blizzard expansion price?
Yes.
I left a bad taste in my mouth just thinking about it. There's no shot I ever give them 100 USD for a Diablo expansion. I mean, look, if there's $100 pack that's like, hey, the deluxe edition with a bunch of MTX on it, it won't fucking be a bunch of MTX. It's Blizzard, you fucking idiot. It'll be, here's the expansion for $40. Here's the expansion for $60, but you actually get to play it on time. And here's the expansion for $100 and you can play it a week early. Fuck you. That's what it'll be. And a horse that will change at any moment. Yep. To upgrade my D4 to the Ultimate Edition is 90 AUD. Fucking hell. Did you see that Microsoft is in trouble with the FTC already for their immersion and might have to have it reversed? No, I did not see that. Isn't it a little too late for that? Wouldn't the FTC already have known that was happening beforehand, since all the rest of us did? Isn't the time to stop that before? I'm pretty sure the time to stop that was before. Essentially, the FTC believes that Microsoft has rendered Activision a non-independent by targeting the layoffs in areas of overlaps within the business. For the filings, this is inconsistent with Microsoft's suggestions to the court that the two companies will operate independently post-merger. Huh. I don't know if any of that makes any difference to me anyway. Really? Remember the performance ones for gaming? I personally like the performance ones better, but I mean, I actively use both, so I don't think that I don't know if it matters. And are there any beta keys or game giveaways that could happen soon if you're aware of them? I am not aware. I am not yet part of their like creator programs and shit. I know nothing that's going on. I know exactly as much as everybody else does. I wish to own it, but Steam won't take my money, sadly. Oh, I've got another way you can buy it. At !Nexus. There's a Nexus store that belongs to me. And then if you buy it there for the same price, I get the cut that Steam would have got. It's the same price.
Yes? Gods be with you. Got another one with that plug. Hey, look, I'll take all the free money I can get. Starting to get real exhausted working a real job and a stream job at the same time. I'll take all the free money I can get. I don't know if I'd say Rune Master is that easy. It just, I picked the easiest skill to use. So if I quickly just put on like cold thing. Here we go. Rune Master can get real complicated right now. Like if I do fire, cold, lightning, right? and then I use the skill, it does this thing. And if I do this way, fire cold light instead of fire light cold, it does this thing, which is my favorite thing, by the way. This one, love it, right? And then you can go the other way, lightning, cold, fire. Then you get this thing, cold, lightning, fire. And you get this thing.
Why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're so good at it.
Huh. Nice. Bane, thank you for the resub. Got you. Yeah, and then lightning, fire, cold. And it'll do this. And then cold, fire, lightning. And then lightning, fire. Doesn't appear to do any. Oh, lightning, fire is one of the ones that needs a mob to show you, so it can't work. Cold, fire. Also one of the ones that needs a mob, so I can't show you that either. Cold, lightning. Also seems to need a mob. Cold. Oh yeah, cold's a blizzard. Lightning, cold, lightning. Cold, lightning, cold. Wait. Lightning, cold, lightning. I don't know what that one was. I didn't get those combinations, or can you just stick with one? It's gonna depend on the build. So you're probably gonna figure out the combination you want for your build. But then also inside this, which is the runic invocation spell, it's the one that spends those runes. Like the one I'm using is just fire. So I can just fireball, giant fireball, giant fireball. Lightning, fire. Oh yeah, that thing. I love that one actually. That was really cool. But in here later on there are plenty of ways to like either completely automate it with some downsides or like lock it into a certain pattern so that you can be like, oh, I'm gonna cast this thing over and over again. Like it can get easier. I don't really understand most of how it works because this is my first time playing it, but there are plenty of build guides around it. In order to make things very simple, I decided to just go with the fire version so that I never had to think about anything. And now I've got this fucking boom, like fucking nuclear bomb I can set off. Are you leveling the same build again? No, this is not a tree. Just got the right. One strategies when you can just go fireball. It solves all if not most of your problems. Hey. sure got this in the latest chapters. Must be confusing streamers. Yep. I have not played this class before. I mean, I played like the first 10 levels of it the other day. A browser plugin for PoE last day, but no. Not yet. I don't even know if there can be. I don't even know if it's a matter of like waiting for somebody to make one. I don't think you can make one. Just seeing what this cold skill seems pretty cool too. There a build planner for Last Epoch? There most certainly is. It's called Last Epoch Tools. Max Roll has one too. Yeah, but Last Epoch Tools is significantly better. Compared to PoE, how excited are you for the launch of this game? I'm as excited for the launch of this game from a personal gamer level as I normally am for a standard league launch of PoE. Which is pretty good, but not quite as hyped as I'm going to be when it's time for PoE 2 to launch. As like a content creator, a little lower. Don't know if it's going to bring in the same level of hype. I don't see a world where the launch of Last Epoch leads me to get 100 or 200 subs in like a day, like PoE launches can sometimes do. Like that's not going to happen. But as a gamer, pretty excited. Definitely won't without a build guide for it. What's the point in releasing a build guide before patch notes? That's the thing I don't let people do in PoE. I'm not about to start doing it here. Also, there's basically only one build in the entire game that I know well enough to make a guide on, and anything else would just be content for the sake of content, which is something I don't like. So there'll be one build video from me and one only, and the only build that I know well enough to tell people how to play, and that's it. You want to play something that's not the exact build that I'm going to be handling? I'm going to send people to like Dreadful, probably. If you want to play the one build that I know, great. I'm here to help you. To play anything else, I'm going to send you to Dreadful. You can figure it out. We'll be starting Thorn Totems. Poor Dreadful, he's gonna be so overloaded. Oh, really? Not really, poor Dreadful. Like, this is Dreadful's main game. This is what he's spent the last year setting himself up for as a content creator. This is what he's like put fucking hundreds and hundreds of hours into learning all of the builds, not just playing, but also learning and growing a YouTube channel and a following to do this game. This is his main game.
Welcome, traveler. May Terra smile. Welcome,
Not poor Dreadful, yay Dreadful.
Smile. Welcome, traveler. May Terra smile upon you.
I'm passionate to be when I care more. Yeah. Do we know when patch notes are going to be? Not officially, but we can give you a guess. Friday, 2 days after launch. 3 days before launch is our guess. But it is just a guess, so could be wrong. Oops. I off from work the rest of that week so that I can sit in queue. What before launch are we talking about? What do you mean? When we get LE patch notes, I'm expecting to get them probably 3 days before launch. That's just a guess though. Worst case scenario, I think we get them 24 hours before launch. I don't think there's a world where we get them later than that. See, I'm gonna work launch day and take 2 days off after. I think that's smart. Launch day is gonna be a fucking shit show, man. 1 million sold copies? They're not fucking ready. There's no way they're ready. There's no way. Nobody would be ready.
plan on having a second game to play on Steam while I wait. Instead of known. Yeah, they've known, but like... But like... I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see a world where they're actually prepared for this. And this isn't like a scathing review on them. I can't see a world where any game company's ready for this first time. Like at all. Like PoE's been pretty good on launches recently, with increasing numbers every single launch. But think back to how long that took them. Like, it was years before launches were. Like day one being riddled with server problems was just standard for years. Like we just knew, it's day one, there'll be crashes, you'll be in the queue again. You just put up with it for years. Run an easy build recommendation video kind of suggest we channel come to the patch notes. I don't know if there are other options as well, Mojax, but I do know that the one build that I plan on playing, which is not this one, is either one of or the actual like easiest like league start noob build to play. Like, there might be more that are also that simple and easy, but oh my lord, have I gone for the like the most like Pepega proof noob friendly league start build. like You going trade? No. I'll be going with the other faction. You know, Dread says I don't listen to him all the time. But like I do all the time. I don't know where this fucking came from. The other factions just still allow you to trade with others in your party, right? Yes. The like party system and the resonance system and stuff, that's faction agnostic. That's got nothing to do with it. But let me send you a time it was a bit very like only you haven't played on turns instead? Yeah. That doesn't mean I didn't listen. Right. So you're equating listening to just doing whatever you say. That's not what listening is. I watched all those videos. I looked at all the builds. And then went, nah, I haven't played totems.
That's a you problem, not a me problem. No, that's a you problem. You're thinking Baylor's not listening to me because he didn't do as he was told. That's not listening, that's following instructions. I read all the things, I watched all the videos, and then I chose to do what I wanted to do. None of them caught my eye enough. I was just like, nah, I think I just like totems more, so I'm gonna do the totem thing. It's not just you, it's a running problem everybody seems to have. And they were like, you're not listening to me. You don't value my opinion. When like I do, and I did listen. And I looked at all of the things. And I just don't make the same decision that they would have made. And they're like, nobody ever listens to me. It seems cool as like an extra mini boss. It's sort of like an essence mob. Sort of. It drops things like this. See how it has that different look to it? There's like a thing to it. So there's a bunch of like essence only mods that they're drop only. I can't turn it into a shard or anything like that. And this one is 10 ward gained when you use a movement skill, 2 ward gained per 10 missing mana when you use a movement skill. That's what this one is. This one down here is hidden by my body. Hang on. This one down here is another one. 5 ward gained on kill, 54 ward threshold. There's a bunch of others though with different things on them. Here's another one. Oh, it's got the same mod. There's a bunch of others. My favorite one is a percentage of armor is a percentage of armor's damage reduction is applied to damage over time. Which I don't know if this is true for all classes, but for the one build that I play, damage over time is probably its biggest weakness. It's actually like quite tanky, except to just straight degens. I don't know if that's standard in this game like it is in PoE or if it's just my build, but having my armor applied to damage over times, great. Just feeling like every spin to win isn't ever left good. Right now, Warpath can be quite good in, I think, was it 2 different builds? There's the one Dreadful was shown off yesterday or the day before. And there's another one. Hmm. Are you liking Rune Master? I have some bad news. It's really good and super interesting, and probably not for me. At least not for me at this point. I'm a really big fan of automation and one button builds, and this feels, at least at this point, like you need to be a gamer. Like you need to be like a gamer. Like, you know, good at video games. That doesn't really suit me. But it's so fucking cool and interesting that I'm probably gonna have to figure it out. Yeah. And they did say there's automation that comes later. And that could be very cool. You want a sneak peek? I can show you what's possible later on with it. Yeah, fuck yeah, let's have a look. Realistically right now, I'm just fishing around for like what's going to be my second build. Or what's going to be my third build. Because I know what my first build is going to be. I am Groot. Because like, it's just the most Perpega-proof fucking League Start build I could see. Like you could actually be an idiot and play the I am Groot build to pretty close to its maximum potential, just while staring at chat, which is fucking great for me. And it's like that almost immediately. Let me kill this thing and I will have a look at that. Oh, I ran out of fucking mana? I ran out of mana. But Fireball doesn't cost any mana, so I could just fucking spam fireballs for a little. There we go. Let's have a look at it. That looks really cool. That looks pretty cool. Single target looks good. Did you see a thunder? You did, but it came from the game. Okay, that actually does look pretty cool. That actually does look pretty cool, that one. I may have to give this a proper go during the actual league. Does never mute sounds while in background? No, I actually hate that. It's one of the first things I turn off. Because of how often I like click out to like change browsers or read somebody's Discord message or click on something in chat or like whatever it is that I do. Clicking out of the game, making the whole stream go mute is like, but any other league start other than this one just doesn't tickle me the right way. Like this is just gonna be my league start. I can't encourage this build enough if you think you're an idiot. Like if you think you're a bad player of video games, this is the build for you. Now let's just have a quick look because I league started this a few days ago, or like I fresh started this a few days ago. This is a 3-stat thing with minion damage. This is really only exists for movement speed. These are trash, but I'm wearing them anyway. This is not even the right base. It's bad. The rolls are sort of... I mean, you don't even need minion life for anything. So it's pretty much just like poison res, 66 life, and 40% minion damage. It's nothing. I don't use melee attack speed. This is a bad base. My weapon is blue. That's pretty trash too. I do have +2 to level of Thorn Totems here, but on just a garbage helmet that has nothing else I want. And this is also not what I would want. Right? So I've got a little bit of chance for haste when I summon my totems, which is great, but I've only got like 1 crit for totems thing, which is like what I really want to have places, is a bunch of totem crit. So all of the idols are also pretty trash. Like it's just not, this is not geared at all. And it's gotten up to level 100 monoliths on my like league start with like the most trash. And realistically, I can just look at chat and sort of glance every now and then to make sure I haven't run into a wall. And I can just run around and drop totems. The build is tanky. Its caps resistance is almost on its fucking own, just from the passive tree. It's got a reasonable amount of life, but not high. But that's because of my gear. It's got enough damage to kill all this shit and not worry about it. I can run around, I can stand in things. It doesn't matter. I'm good. And there are like geared versions of this build running around in 300 and 400 corruption that are able to do it. So like you can, not only does it start this easy, it can just do everything. Is it the most flashy build in the world? Probably not. Are some people going to find it boring because it's a totem playstyle? Absolutely. Is it a strong, solid as fuck league start where I can spend most of my time staring at chat? and not worrying about what's going on in the game because I'm just tanky enough to do that. And I got full screen auto aiming coverage to do that. Yeah. And that's what I want. No need to pay attention, no need to aim, no need to read map mods, no need to do anything. Just fucking run out and hit stuff. How about the lightning bear build? Is that hard to start with? I know of the cold dot werebear, and I know of the lightning bug build. I don't know of a lightning bear build. So both the cold dot and the lightning bug are definitely league startable. Those are both druids. I was unaware of a lightning bear. That would be one of those questions I'd point people to Dreadful for. It's one of those, like when I say I only know one build, I mean I've put a lot of research into this build. I know this build now. I know what the options are. I know what I'm looking for. I got this build covered. I got fucking nothing for the rest of the game. You wanna play this Thorn Totem Shaman build? I got you covered. You wanna play some other build? Fucking ask someone else, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Have a way to watch and listen to music and you're back on lazy totems. Yeah, it's just the best build. It's just the best build.
Yes.
What's the name of this build? Thorn Totems. Originally when I started playing it, I was going off the max roll guide. They've got one up there, but I made a bunch. I made a pretty decent amount of changes to it. I didn't love some of the decisions they made. Also, what else could I possibly play that lets me be a tree? Like, I am Groot. Except this dude is like an angry tree. This looks like Groot's dad. I am Groot's dad. Still debating between Tree Bro and Bug Bro. Tree's just so damn comfy. So I actually think as far as like fun in the end game, that the Bug Bro is probably more fun than the totem build for most people. I'm sorry, can I attack these? Oh. We're gonna find your build. My version of this build, you can't yet, and I will not be putting out a video on it until we get patch notes. So whenever we get patch notes, expect like that day or real early the next day, there'll be a video from me on this build. For now, if you wanted to practice this build, you could follow the max roll version of it. It's like close enough. Like I've made some decisions that are different, and max roll is where I got the original plan from, although to be fair, it's really not. I got the original idea from this build fucking years ago, but I couldn't remember how to build it, so I built it off max rolls thing and then went, some of these choices are wrong. I'm gonna change them. Actually, the max roll guide could do differently. So there's just a few different pathing choices I made, but the biggest one that I didn't like about max roll is their 5th ability is, where is it? Here, it's summon Storm Totem. Now there's no way to summon a Storm Totem in tree form, so they have to do a bunch of things to make that proc. The first thing is they have to get a bunch of chance to drop Storm Totem on hit. So they have to invest into that with relics. And then they have to come down in this tree, out here and up here, so that they can get their thorns to pierce targets so they can hit more targets. And then they have to wear a particular relic that doesn't really do very much for us, except the main thing is it has summon Storm Totem on hit. And then when they're in their tree form, they have to plant their totems, and then they have to use this other ability, which is this one right here. And they're just using this to self-hit and lock and try and get the one single Storm Totem to proc, so that you've got an extra totem, right? And the Storm Totem's good. It does decent damage, but there's only one of them compared to my 9 healing totems. And you have to stop and do this to proc it, which looks really cool, except when you realize one thing. The moment you summon totems in this game, the moment that they come out of the ground, right? See how quick they come out of the ground? As soon as they get to the top, they automatically attack first, like immediately. There's no delay like in PoE. There's like PoE, you have a totem summoning time, and then a cast time where they act as if they've already cast, and you have to wait the delay between casts before the next one comes out. This game doesn't do that. It just, you insta cast as soon as they're spawned, which means even if you had a Storm Totem down, you would actually get more damage by just holding right click or whatever this is and resummoning totems over and over again, because it will clip off the attacks of the old one and launch a new one immediately. It's actually more damage than just doing nothing. And it's actually more damage than having the Storm Totem at all. Because in order to cast the Storm Totem, I have to have my totems down, and then I have to sit there and do this to summon my totem, which isn't replacing my current Thorn Totems. Right? So there's like 3 different layers of investment that they've gone through to put down a single Storm Totem, because you can't even get multiples, and spend a whole bunch of passives to do it, and then on top of that have to do it in their gameplay. They have to be doing this to get the Storm Totem down. And it's like, yeah, it's 3 hoops to lower your own DPS. Pass. So the rest of the build, most of the other changes other than dropping Storm Totem are more like reactive changes to the fact that I don't need to invest in Storm Totem anymore, right? So like this tree looks different, but the only reason it really was able to look different is because I didn't have to go here because of the Storm Totem, right? This tree I've also changed for some reason. Not just max roll, but also like the 4 other guides I looked up either had 1 or 0 pierce. And when you watch the videos, people say stuff like, there are enough totems that you don't need pierce, or there are enough totems that 1 pierce is enough. Right? I gotta tell you, I put in a 2nd pierce just to see how it went. Mwah, absolutely fucking brilliant. Bullshit, whoever decided you only need 1 PS. In fact, I still want another one. If I can get another plus level on my totem, I'll take another PS. Actually, huge. The auto shield proc from casting and healing totems and explosion could summon totems. If there are melee mobs on you, yes. But it's also only a 13% chance when you hit to summon that totem. So relying just on that doesn't leave you with a spell totem most of the time. So the other thing is, and I can't figure out why, most people only have 3 points in this instead of 4. So they're just at 8 totems instead of 9. Don't know why. Sounds silly to me. The other thing, and I don't remember which guides had this and which ones didn't, so I don't know compared to max rolls or not, but a lot of people had 3 points or 2 points or 4 points in this, which I get why. It's a really large amount of spell damage and it's a multiplicative, so I get why. I understand why people want to take that. But that projectile speed down, I value smoothness and utility and not having to pay attention more than I value a little bit of extra raw damage. So 1 point in it for the 18%, great. Any more than 1? Absolutely not. And the only reason I took that last, and the only reason I took it is because I already got the 60% range from here. So I'm only taking 10% of that away. So I still got 50% more range. Then over here, the way mine is different. I've got all this stuff. They've all got all this stuff too. They take this stuff, which gives you more healing aura from your minions, and they usually take this. The effect is doubled on minions, so they're giving out a bunch of dodge rating and a little bit more healing from their Spriggan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but I chose to go this way and I like it more, which is my Spriggan's now cast Entangling Roots. Those are those big waves of roots that you see over my character while I'm playing. They root every mob for 1.5 seconds. They also only cast it when mobs are near me. So they cast it at me when mobs are near me. So, and then snare everything around me just to keep shit off me, because I'm not a main tank. I don't want to be there. On top of that, Your Spriggan ensnaring roots now heal allies hit. That includes me. And I put 2 points in it for 400, and there are 2 Spriggans, not 1. So it's an 800 heal. Anytime mobs are near me, I get healed for 800 when they root out to me, which is a hugely, in my mind, hugely better than this. This is, oh, I got jumped and I took a bunch of damage, and then my 2 Spriggans go rup and root everything and heal me for 800 life. I do not have 2 because of the amulet, so let's go over here. Moving on. So in here, they had to go down here and get the spirit thorns thing to warrant using thorns to proc their shit. Because I didn't need that, I have extra points. So I'm able to come down here and get you summon an additional Spriggan when you enter Spriggan form. This does not count towards your Spriggan limit, but does count towards your companion limit. So I only have 1 Spriggan. I can't have a second one because I don't have the amulet on or anything. I don't have a second ability to have a second Spriggan. But when I change into Spriggan form, boom, there are 2 of them. I also believe I did this entire tree differently, but this was done for a different reason. Not because I disliked Max Roll's version of this tree, but because my version of this build is going to be played primarily in a party with other people. And because of that, I wanted to go out and make sure I took this thing. Etra's Blessing automatically targets the lowest health ally in range, but Etra's Blessing costs more mana. And I wanted to do that so I didn't have to target anything. And I wanted to be able to use it to summon my companion, to res my companions from range, which is what this does. To be honest, they don't die, so I don't actually think I need these, but I'm not really sure where to move them to yet. Now the downside of all of my changes, I'm no longer using Summon Storm Totem. Unfortunately, there is absolutely no other good option for the 5th skill. There's nothing. We don't need a 5th skill at all. There's a few things I can do with it. I can use Summon Bear if I want to spec out of my second Spriggan. I could use Summon Bear and use the bear casting thorns and use those to do a little bit of armor shred, but it won't be a relevant amount. It won't be important. I can do a scorpion. I can get a bunch of poison chance. I can use that poison chance to convert it into armor shred and have a bunch of armor shred because of the scorpion, but it won't be a lot and it's not important. I could put wolves out, but they're not going to do much and it's not important. There's just, realistically, there's just a bunch of bad options. We're just trying to make the best decision out of a whole bunch of pretty much irrelevant options. Claus played this a lot, and I think he would agree that there are like little uses of different things, but there's nothing we're excited about for the 5th skill. Like there's like, you can get this little use here, or this little use there, or this little use here, but nothing to be like excited about. No like, yo, this is a good 5th skill. Nothing. So the decision I made was I was going to use Ice Thorns. Unfortunately, Ice Thorns is the thing that's getting deleted in 1.0. But I like this option the most. And the only reason I'm able to use this here, you have a chance to cast Ice Thorns when hit by an enemy, 20%. You have a chance to cast Ice Thorns when hit by an enemy, 20%. So that's 40% chance to cast Ice Thorns when I get hit. And then I went down here and got Ice Thorns now create a thorn barrier for 1 second before releasing, granting you armor. Here's 40 flat armor. Here's 100 flat armor. So I got 140 flat armor. Here's 90% increased duration. So it's now a 2-second buff with 140 flat armor and a 10% chance to recast itself to give me more armor. And that's all I used. That's the decision I made, but realistically, I'm not attached to this. Yeah, you can use Maelstrom, but then it takes some idle slots, which I didn't think was worth it, but it might be. Look, nothing's worth it. All of our 5th options are trash. All of our 5th options are trash. Make whatever goddamn decision you want. They're all that. There's no good 5th skill for this whole build. So do whatever you want with that last thing. Until patch notes. Is it confirmed that Ice Thorns is gone? I mean, enough top people told me that I thought it was confirmed. What I'm hoping is that whatever it gets replaced with, or whatever the extra shaman skill is, because I know Ice Thorns is getting replaced with something, and there's one more shaman skill coming. So my hope is one of those 2 skills fits into our build in the 5th slot somewhere. That's my hope. Is that one of those 2 skills I go, yo, that'll work really well for me. I'm hoping. It is confirmed. Sweet. Sweet. So we have 2 shots at it. Basically, we got that one extra shaman skill that's coming, and whatever Ice Thorns is getting replaced with. Hopefully one of those is great. Hopefully one of them fit in, but realistically, if I just didn't even have a 5th skill on, it's fine. Build's great anyway. Who cares? Who cares? Build's great. So far, favorite build for League start scenario. Now, here's the one other thing that's worth knowing. I pick very different builds for League start scenarios than I usually pick during a league. For instance, in PoE, I will swear by playing SRS in a League start environment. It's always great, right? Either the Guardian or my Poison SRS Necro. Fantastic League starts. Would I want to make one of those builds a month into the league when I'm already established, I have money, I'm like rolling in things, I'm making interesting stuff? Fuck no. I'm not playing SRS a month into the league. Are you crazy? No way. That's just boring. It's boring when I've already got power, right? When I've already got the ability to just throw money at things or just craft gear or just... The reason SRS is fun to me on a league start scenario is because it works on absolutely nothing. It requires none of my attention. It won't die. It'll clear everything. And it'll allow me to have a really good league start and get the funds to move on to a real build. That's what Thorn Totems is. It requires 0 things. It'll work with your eyes closed. It'll do everything you need it to do. And you can play it for a week or 2 and then move on to a real build. That's the way I'm going to treat it. That's generally the way I treat league starts in PoE. That's the way I'm going to treat it here. Things that are fun for league starts are not always fun builds when you play them a month in. That's the way I look at those things. Alright, I will be back in a moment.
Whew.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lance? I was right there!
Okay. Whew. Do I bother with more corruption right now? I think so. I think so. What the fuck was that? Just one of those biddy things where people can find audios and play them on stream. Do you mind, bud?
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Is it?
I don't know what that's from, but for some reason I am convinced that that person is indeed the drama and slash or the villain. If you at any point have to ask if you are the drama, then you are the drama. Yes. Yes. I really need to get a better weapon. And idols. My crit chance is only like, I want to say something around like 60%, maybe. I don't know. Does it actually show here? I mean, it just says minion critical strike chance 8%, but that's just not true. Like, look at how many yellow numbers there are. I don't know if that's like the base crit or what.
But you just look at the like amount of yellow numbers compared to the amount of white numbers. I'm somewhere between 40 and 60% just visually. Definitely not 8. So I don't know how I'm supposed to tell whether I'm crit capped or not. Well, I'm obviously not crit capped now, but like how far away I am or anything. I don't know how you're supposed to work that out. I do know how to get more. I just don't know how much more I need. I'm trying to make that work at the moment. Seems friggin' form. This is just better at the moment. Bring some shaman rework. Cold totems? Is there any reason that you can't just be cold Spriggan? Like, is there a reason that that doesn't work? That I don't know about? That is a much better version of this amulet, I'll tell you that much. Yoink. Like, isn't cold totems just this one? Like, it's still thorns, right? Only because I want to use other abilities like storm totems with also cold convert. Right, okay, so you're trying to like not be a Spriggan. It's really difficult for me to think of a way to use summon Thorn Totem at all without being a Spriggan at the same time. Because no matter what I do here, I get 6 totems total. That's the best amount of totems I can get. And if I'm a Spriggan, I get 9. And I summon 3 at once. So it's 50% more totems and 200% more totems per cast. And just like, what are you going to get? 1 storm totem instead of 3 extra? It just doesn't feel right. Hmm. You can top up with 3. Swapping 3 totems, 1 storm, and then maybe crows, etc. Oh yeah. But the free defense from Spriggan is a big mix. Oh, losing like all this increased armor and shit. For me, the big part is losing the healing totems, which right now I've lost for rage totems, right? But when I solve that by getting a belt, I get my healing totems back that just like pulse AoE heals into me, which is pretty cool. all I really want is for either the skill that replaces Icy Thorns or for the new Shaman to fit into this build. That's my hope. I just want the new one of the two new skills, because all we're getting is two new skills. I want one of them to fit into this build, because my fifth skill is trash. I don't need it. It doesn't do anything. I mean, it does something. Like, I'm not completely wasting it, but it ain't great. Oh. Hmm. Master amazing for the mana regen node. You have extra damage. So it's hard to find another one. Yeah, my only real question actually is whether or not I'm better off being a shaman or being a druid. It's like entangling roots, maybe I could use. I get 20% increased life, that's it. And I lose this. But is there a way to auto proc this at all? That's it. The big advantage of playing a druid is that you can become the swarm blade or werebear or something like that. Whereas right now, if you start shaman, then meh. There's nothing to respec into. You don't become another thing. You re-roll. I wish that entangling roots was what this guy was using. But it's actually ensnaring roots. Even though it's basically the same skill, it's not actually the entangling roots. If what this guy was using was actually entangling roots, then there'd be a really good argument to be a druid and use entangling roots as the fifth skill, right? I swear that's what it used to be. I don't know if it used to be that. I have no idea. All I know is it isn't that now, and I wish it was. Can you solve raid problem with entangling roots? don't know. Let's have a look. Rage. Nope. The word rage isn't even in there. Okay, I was entangling roots with Spriggan form. The rage sustain, but that was a few patches ago. Damn. So the biggest advantage if you chose to be a druid is that this is my other favorite build. Now I don't know this enough to do it without a guide again because it's been a long time, but the Swarm Blade build, fucking great. Huge fun. Huge fun. And then the two different kinds of werewolf, or werebear rather, are also very good. There's a lightning and a cold one that are both very, very good. Neither of them are what I want to play on League Start, but like I could change to either of them if I was a druid. Whereas if I'm a shaman, there's nothing to change to. But I have a feeling that I'm going to have like second build warlock or something. Like I have a feeling I'm not going to want to play another druid. I'm feeling I'm going to like situate myself, get some gear, get some shit sorted, and I'm going to end up playing like a warlock or something anyway. That's what I think's going to happen. I need to look at the Dave build. Excuse me, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the zombie explode build in this game, right? Let me turn. Let me turn. There we go. There's a lot of variance in my hits with this totem build. Like if you watch, there are some hits for over 2,000 that are crits. And there are also some crits for like fucking 200, 130. There's a lot of variance in there.
Is something to do with summons for my first build? Yep. The Fire Wrath build looks really good. I was glancing around at some minion builds. We can turn them scooper. They do though. They doing it great. There's a good Herald of Agony style Scorpion Beastmaster build. I did briefly see that one and it looked pretty good actually.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Take care.
Okay. Shift F. I tried to play Rogue just because, and I fucking hated it. I don't think it was that bad, but okay. There's just something about Rogue that makes you want to angry punch. I played a Rogue. I thought it was okay once, but
Wait, did I play a rogue? No, I played the same base class. I played a marksman. Hey, hot take. Rune Master is just a magic rogue. It's got that rogue feeling, like the whole like combo point thing going on. Ways to automate it down the line so you have to pay less attention to your combat points. It's fucking Rune Master's just a magic rogue. I'm playing a warlock, so that'll be fine. I think if I wasn't starting at a party, I'd probably start a warlock. I think they look really good. To pretty much that shit. I'm almost scared with everything. Seems super nice. Yeah. Fuck all the things built. Just letting you use which part? I am. I'm playing with a smart controller. I am. Is the smart aiming decent enough? It's actually too good. I wish they'd roll it back a little. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. I need to find something breakable. So auto targeting has two problems. One, see how I've highlighted that, okay, I'm gonna move my mouse so that we can see it. See how, watch this get highlighted, right? What I want to do is I'm gonna run up the top here, and then I'm gonna run down in this direction as if I want to cast my shit down here, right? I'm gonna do that with a controller. So I run up here, and as if I want to cast my stuff down there, I'm looking nowhere near. All right, I'm looking down this corner here, and when I cast, it's gonna turn and put it on a breakable. It's got too wide of a margin for all the auto targeting. So as I'm facing this way, I wish it would look like here to here for what I want, not here. It actually is like a hole near half the screen. So that's one thing that's a problem with it. But there's two other problems. The same auto-targeting problem also causes you problems when you want to use your dash ability. You go, oh, I'm gonna blink. Oh, nope, I just blinked into mobs nowhere. There has to be no mobs on your screen to be able to use like a teleport button, because it auto-targets the mobs with your teleport instead of teleporting you across the screen. So I wish that the teleport didn't target mobs at all. And I wish that it was a little bit tighter in with the auto-targeting. And then, so that's one issue. I basically just can't use my teleport with a controller unless there are no mobs around. The second big issue is, yeah, there's one. Sweet, perfect timing. Let's see if I can clear this shit out down here. So, oh, never mind. All right, so when it's one of those, you know, like kill the furnace style things, when it's one of those maps, you actually cannot summon totems on those furnaces or things like that that aren't like directly mobs with a controller. It just, you face it, you stand right at it, you look, it uses the totems, it casts totems, and they disappear into the ether. They just don't exist. They're just gone. I don't know why. It only happens with a controller, not a keyboard and mouse. I have absolutely no idea why. So that's the second problem. And the third problem, and this is something I really hope is fixed for launch. Okay. Third problem. This is the button for opening a portal right here. This one. Boop. There's a portal, right? If you hold it for a quarter of a second, it hides all loot. And it hides it so well that even when you press like X on the keyboard to disable the loot filter, you still can't see it again. So you can just accidentally hide all loot by holding your portal button for a quarter of a second too much, and you'll never be able to tell because it just looks like that shit on the ground there. That could be hidden by my loot filter. Maybe it's just trash that I didn't want. I don't know, man. I'll never see it. I went through like several maps not finding any loot at all, wondering what the hell is going on because it was all just hidden. And then you think, oh, that's just a binding issue. So this is all the same issue, by the way. So we'll go over here. We'll go to change input keys. I'm like, okay, I've got to rebind that. Can't use that. That's not allowed, right? So here's all of the controller keys. I'm doing this with the D-pad right here, right? I'm doing that with the thumbstick thing right here. It's fine. But you'll notice all of these are targetable. Like I could change all these keybinds, except these ones aren't. They're just locked. Use portal, D-pad right. You can't even mouse over them. Like they're not. Excuse me. They're not bindable. I can't change the keybinds at all. I can't change any of those keybinds. So I can't change where my portal is. And then the one that's there's a whole bunch of them down here. Left stick button to toggle the overlay map. Can't rebind that. Can't rebind these. Zoom in, zoom out. Don't need those at all. Right? So that's weird. I also can't even bind that hotkey that turns loot on and off. The other thing I can't bind on here is also the dungeon button. The use dungeon, like the use the ability in the dungeon part. Literally can't bind it. It's not on my keyboard. It's not my keyboard. It's not on my controller. And there's no way to bind it. So that's a bit of an issue. Bit of a weird issue. But an issue, nonetheless. The menu said dungeon ability was D-pad left. I tried that. It does say that. In the dungeons yesterday, I wasn't able to use the dungeon ability with my controller. But yeah, having this shit not be rebindable is the fucking weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like, why not? Why not? Why can't I rebind this? What if I don't want left stick button to be map overlay? What the fuck? Why is that not bindable? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, why? The left stick moves the cursor like a mouse pad. Left stick moves the cursor. If I need to like do something with a controller. The right stick, unfortunately, rather. Not the left stick, the right stick moves it, which is weird. I would want left stick to do it once I activate the mouse. And it also means that when I'm going into settings and I want to... you have to hold A to scroll this thing. You have to hold A to scroll this thing, and then you have to get your second hand and move it over to the left stick to be able to move it down. Because to the right stick to be able to move it down. Because the right stick controls the mouse and not the left stick, which is also weird. That's also weird. Yeah, look, overall, the controller is working quite well. It is actually pretty good, and I'm happy that I'm able to use a controller. But there are some fucking weird things going on that I do not understand. Some decisions that I can only imagine were made by somebody who's never played a game with a controller in their lives. I just some weird choices, man. So I'm hoping some of them get some attention. I would love it if some of those things could get attention before launch. At the very bare minimum, for me, the ability to rebind all of the buttons needs to come. There's absolutely no reason to fucking hide the ability to rebind things from me. That's silly. And just making it so that teleport... See, I just tried to teleport then. But there was a breakable barrel here. So instead of teleporting in the direction I was running, which was this way, it just teleported to a barrel right next to me. You play PoE with a controller as well? No, I wish I could, but I do not, because PoE does not have controller support. Sort of. The PoE client does not have controller support. There is an entire separate client, basically. If you want to be using... Okay. If you want to use a controller, you have to set it to controller, which changes your entire UI, requires a reboot of the client, and then locks you out of the keyboard and mouse. And I don't ever want to do like respecking, crafting, inventory management, stuff like that. I don't want to do any of that with a controller. That would be terrible. So if you're locked into one or the other, you basically don't have controller support. Like if I have to pick, If I'm only allowed to use one, either a controller or a keyboard and mouse, I'm using a keyboard and mouse. The main reason that I use a controller is just because my hands are fucked, and playing a video game for 10 hours straight hurts my hands. So if I can play with a controller, then I will. But Pee-wee does for controller? I mean, it does, but it doesn't though. Like, it has a controller support, but you have to reboot the entire client to use the controller. You can't just be like, oh, I'll just use the controller for this bit and then use my mouse again to do inventory management and shit. Like, right, like I come out here, right? I got the mouse on. I'm about to look at all of my inventory stuff. I want to do this with a controller, right? That'd be miserable. I don't want to do this with a controller. And in PoE, you're locked into controller. If you pick controller, you're locked. That's it. You're in a controller. You want to change it back to a keyboard and mouse? You have to go into the settings, change it back to keyboard and mouse, then relaunch the client so that you can then play with a keyboard and mouse, and then the controller does nothing until you reboot it again. With those restrictions in place, you basically don't have controller support. That's the same thing as not having controller support in my mind. At least for me, same thing. You might as well just not have controller.
Yes. Prepare.
Just reboot 2 times between every map, right? Oh, I literally had to peel my arm away from my body. The controller for hours tends to fuck my hands? Huh. So mine's the opposite. Using the mouse and keyboard tends to make me have pain. Using a controller doesn't have that problem. Maybe it's because when I use a controller, I'm often also using a mouse and keyboard, like all the time. Like I come back to town, I'm using a mouse and keyboard for shit, and then I pick up the controller again. So maybe I feel better with a controller when I map with a controller because I'm constantly changing what I'm doing. For 3 or 4 minutes, I'm doing this, and then for 1 minute, I'm out here doing this, which is a completely different like setup. So because I'm like constantly moving, maybe that's the reason it's better. Is there a more elegant solution than having to vend every monolith and buy 2 or 3 runes of shattering? It can't be the best way to design them. I don't know, but it's the way it is designed. This might be the most basic bitch dinner I've ever been given here. On my plate is some cold pasta, some cold unseasoned skinless chicken, and 1 slice of Bega cheese that isn't even grated. What is going on? It's not even grated cheese. It's a slice of cheese. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. They just put cold chicken and pasta salad on a plate and went, need something else. Here's a slice of cheese. Slap. Oh, oh man. Oh. 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 He gave you that? My parents. This is... Honestly, do you want to know the worst part? This will be one of the better dinners I've had here. I would prefer this over them attempting to cook most of the time. Is it a joke? No, it's dinner. It's dinner and also a joke. Hmm. Oh, food in this house is I feel like everyone in this house only eats food because they need it to survive. I'm gonna play with someone and done. Oh, that's nice. What I will say though is that there is one thing that I hate more than eating shit dinners that are boring and tasteless and bland and cooked wrong and overcooked and undercooked and with just one giant slice of cheese. There's one thing I hate even more than that, and that's cooking myself. I fucking hate cooking. I love food, but I fucking hate cooking. I hate it so much. It's the worst. I would rather eat this than have to cook myself. I would rather eat nothing than have to cook myself. I haven't heard how your weight loss has been going lately. Bad. Went back up to 110 from 104 was my lowest. I'm back up to 110 now. I started at 130, so I'm still good, but I want to be under 100, so bad recently. Just getting back onto it again. Why? Cooking is fun? Nope. Cooking is the most miserable chore that anybody ever has to do. It's the worst job. It's by far the worst job too. I would rather do any other chore. Any other chore. Set itself as bad to cleaning any other stuff. Oh no, I will clean the kitchens and all of the dishes every single fucking day. Every single fucking day, if I don't have to cook. You provide me with good food, you'll never have to clean up in the kitchen again, ever. The rest of your life. The rest of your life, you will never have to clean up in the kitchen. If you provide me with good food. I will clean every single day for the rest of my life with 0 complaints. If you provide me with good food. And then when I'm done, I'll thank you for the meal. I fucking love food so much, but I don't want to cook. I hate it. Nope. Nope. I generally want nothing to do with food preparation. I don't want to plan the meals. I don't want to buy the ingredients. I don't want to cook. I don't want to take stock of what food we have and make sure everything doesn't run out. I don't want to do anything to do with food. I just want to eat it. I'll do all the fucking cleaning. I'll do washes and dishes and folding laundry and doing all the washing. I'll do all the other things. I don't give a fuck. I'm happy to do every chore in the house. Nothing to do with food. I don't want to touch food. I just want to eat food and then clean. That's fine. I will order the takeout. When it's takeout time, I'll order the takeaway. If you need to not cook, that's fine. We can absolutely order food. You don't have to cook for me every day. I'm super happy to order food when you can't be bothered cooking. It's fine. Do not expect me to cook when you can't be bothered cooking. Right? If you don't want to cook, I get it. Cooking shit. I get it. You don't have to cook every day. We can order. I'll order. It's fine. Don't expect me to cook though. Because that's not fucking happening. To cook murder a dog or something. No, I just hate it. It's the most fucking asinine, boring waste of goddamn time of any chore that's ever existed. I just hate cooking so much. People who love cooking don't understand how much time it took. They'll be like, oh, it only took me 15 minutes to cook this. But it didn't. They'll tell you, oh, it took me 15 minutes to make this dinner. But it fucking didn't. It didn't. They're just not thinking about it. And they're not thinking about it because they like cooking. They didn't think about the time and effort they spent to figure out what they were going to cook this week. They didn't think about the time that it took to go to the grocery store. They didn't think about the time that it took to find all of the individual ingredients that they needed. They didn't think about the time that it took for them to take stock of what they had at home, figure out what was missing. They didn't take the time, they didn't take into account the time and effort that it took to put everything away once they got home. They also usually don't take the time that it takes to find all the ingredients in your kitchen and lay them all out before you start cooking, because that doesn't count. Because that doesn't count in their minds, because they like cooking. And so then they do all of those things, which for any meal is already 20-30 minutes worth of your time and effort mentally. So you're already 30 minutes in before you've cooked anything or chopped up a single thing to go in your meal, right? And then from the point where everything is assembled in the kitchen ready to go, now there's some meals that you can make that take 15 minutes. It didn't take 15 minutes though. It took 45 minutes, just not all at once, and a whole bunch of cognitive load I don't have time for. And the people who love cooking will tell you, oh, this meal only took 15 minutes. No, it fucking didn't. No, the fuck it didn't. You want to make something in 15 minutes to prove it exists? I want you to stand in an empty kitchen that doesn't have any ingredients or food in it, and then in 15 minutes, give me a cooked meal. It can't be done. No ingredients, no food in your kitchen. Start there. That's empty. Now make something in 15 minutes. You won't even be back from the fucking store. Now, I understand that I've exaggerated that a little bit for dramatic effect because it's funnier when I explain it that way. I understand that generally people who do cook are going to buy for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 meals at once when they go shopping. I understand that you get to the grocery, you spend an hour and a half going to the grocery store, doing a big shop, coming home, and that does like 2 weeks worth of food. I get it. I get it. But that time still has to be done. And it's not just the time in the store, it's also the time traveling there and traveling back. And then also the very much larger amount of mental load that you had to do to create that list, whether you made it in writing or on your phone or just in your head, create and maintain the list of things that you needed from the store. And the people who like, oh, cooking's so easy, they don't take into account any of that. They don't take into account anything that happened beforehand. That's all nothing to them. That's all free. But for me, I just used 7 of my 10 spoons for the entire day before I even started making a meal. Before I even started making a meal, I just used 7 of my 10 spoons to prep shit. Like, I'm fucking exhausted and I haven't even eaten yet because I have to cook. Fuck off. Like, no. Go read Spoon Theory and Bella will make more sense. Yellow, are you trying to say something? Yes, you autistic fuck. We are. That's exactly what we're trying to say. TLDR, if you've never heard that. You can go into more details, you can look it up if you want, but the idea of spoon theories is to think about every interaction and everything that happens and everything you have to think about as consuming an amount of spoons. And certain people have significantly less spoons per day. I have less spoons than a lot of people. I probably have more spoons than some people, but less than most. There's more spoons available than cooking. Playing PoE all day only takes me a spoon. Streaming PoE at the same time probably uses another spoon every few hours, like every 3 or 4 hours. Gathering ingredients for dinner would use 3 spoons. List, go to the store, come back, put everything away, get ready to cook. Then cooking would use another spoon or 2. We're looking at 12 hours worth of mental load doing things that don't stress me out to prepare 1 meal. If I have to make lunch, that uses the same amount of mental energy for me as playing 10 hours worth of video games would to prepare lunch. That's how mentally exhausted that makes me. To cook once takes 10 hours worth of my energy. Play that Explodey Chieftain, you'll hit level 100 by accident. Alright. There's my shit dinner done. I will be back in just a second.
Oh, don't lose connection. I was just fucking... My bad. My bad. Build. I didn't get him for a bit. My favorite starter. Yeah, Raider. We've already... Undeveloped. Ah! Okay. Back up here, buddy. Looking forward to the Falconer. Man, the Falconer looks so good. But so does the Warlock. I'm pretty sure that I-League start this build. And then build 2 is either a Warlock or a Falconer. And then build 3 is whichever one of those was not build 2. I think that's how that works. And then... I don't think I get time for build 4. I think I end up back in PoE. Whoops. My bad. Wait, how come I can't port back in? Do you actually just like lose the whole thing? That's the first time I think I've died in there. You lose the whole thing? Huh. I guess I'll pay more attention. My bad. All I know is
You saw Super Stab and prison. It's called a prison pocket. We won't need it next league because everyone will be poor as fuck. It's fine. No, because it's not about having more inventory space. It's about having a different inventory space. A place to put pre-rolled maps and corruption essences and portals and identification scrolls and shit like that. That isn't my main inventory where everything else goes. That's what it's about. It's not about having more space, it's about having a different space. And I am also going to be incredibly sad to not have that anymore. Fear of left, so don't have everything until my pocket is empty. Yeah, it's real nice. It is real nice. It's actually the only thing that I desperately want to go core. Desperately want that to go core. Please. Even for the other uniques, I don't care. I don't care about the other uniques. I don't even care about that which was taken, though I suspect that which was taken will go core. But I don't even care about that. I don't care about any part of it except the prison pocket. Give me the prison pocket. I want that extra inventory. It's literally the best thing they've ever done. I need it. Anyone else been disconnected when entering a new zone? I haven't, but somebody in general global chat in game was just complaining about the server just then. I wonder if you guys are from the same region, because I have had zero problems, but there might be a region having problems today. Hasn't Mark already said that the pocket won't be going core? Don't fucking shatter my dreams like that. What do you mean? When did that get said? I don't ever want to go back to not having that extra little inventory, that extra little separate inventory. You said even if the league goes core, the space probably won't. Wow, probably. The space will go core if enough people are as passionate about wanting it as I am. So just be passionate and vocal everywhere about wanting to keep the extra inventory space. If enough of us are like, nope, we actually need this, do not take it away, we actually need this. If enough of us do that, they'll give it to us. But it can't just be me. It has to be everybody. Inventory space or 2 passive points. Inventory space. As long as it's separate inventory space, I'll keep that. Thanks. The world had one single 6-slot drop thus far. Multiple people with full Alice's and 90 plus. What the fuck? Wait. No. I had 5. I've got more of these. Oh, I do have more of these. Good. Wait. Do I not have enough to get this to 5? Oh, no. There's also 1 mage blood that dropped. Okay. Well, I need more of those shards, I guess. Well, I'd like to craft that, but those shards didn't exist last time I played, so I don't have enough of them. Class, this is what build? This is a Shaman Thorn Totem build. Could also be done as a Druid. I think right now Shaman is slightly better. And unless it gets gutted in the patch notes, this will be my league start build. As well as there will be a video and a planner. But I will not be doing the video or the planner until there is a set of patch notes. Because what if it changes? Please be the belt. Huge. Huge, it's the belt. Yo, where's my rage? 17 range gained every 3 seconds while in Spriggan form. Where is it? Where's my rage? I put the belt on. Give me my rage. Unless it snapshots when I enter Spriggan form. There it is. Wait, does that mean... Well, that's broken. That should definitely not do that. That should definitely not do that. Right? That's not okay. That's not at all. That's not at all how that's supposed to work. Okay, well, in theory, we can remove this point now. In theory. I guess 115. Wherever it gets to be level 115, for instance. Wait, how? What? Okay, well, the question is that enough rage? That's the real question. Uh-oh. Ooh, that belt might not be enough rage. Did I have a roll? Yes, rolls up to 20. My current one is 17. mean, I haven't left form yet. Cause you to gain more back? So I don't know, but the answer is my teleport button, because that's the only thing I did. Oh, I get it back whenever I over summon my totems. I get some back, but I was doing that the whole map and I was sitting at around 100. But then once I started using teleport, I started gaining extra rage back, and I don't know why. Finds are melee minions that deflect poison on hit. So it's summon vines is the skill that gave me a bunch back. But why did it give me a bunch back? Why did it do that? Oh, per summoned vine. Oh. Wait. Do I literally not need the belt if I just teleport a bunch? Hold on. I've had this amulet on forever. Is it a belt or amulet solution, not one or the other? I mean, as long as I keep teleporting. Both of them together might even be overkill. Well, in that case, I want the boots. The boots that summon vines as you walk. What are those called? I don't even think I have a pair. I don't even know that they actually exist anymore. They definitely did. Okay, well, I don't appear to have a pair. I would like to go boot hunting. Where do boots drop? For now, let's go do that. New class? No? Oh, I didn't actually. So this gives chests. I can't be bothered to find out what does boots. Just gonna run this anyway. What I need to do is take some damage to see how much healing I actually do. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Give me a bunch more. Okay, look, I already heal. What is healing me this much? Just my fucking minions? Yo, I need something to hit me more than that. I mean, I was already pretty tanky, but... Okay, now put those... Oh my god! The snap healing! Holy fuck! Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Okay, there we go. Now put a totem down. The healing is huge. Okay. These are AoE healing to my whole party, by the way. The healing you just saw? That's the upgrade we just made to get our healing totems back to being healing totems instead of rage totems. That's an AoE heal to my whole party. Impulses like that. This is one of the biggest reasons why I'm pretty much set on this being the build that I league start, because I'll be league starting with people, and that is a huge amount of support to have. Like that level of pulsing healing just constantly on an AoE is insane. And we're gonna have a paladin to bring us, like, you know, 600% increased damage and a bunch of crit and crit multi. Plus whatever else it is that paladins bring, I don't know. Was max player in this? 4. So we've got me doing this, which is also a heal support, and then a paladin which will also do damage but come with a but is also a damage support. And then I think that we're going to have 1 Rune Master and 1 Falconer, I think. So like 2 heavy carry DPS people. So 2 hybrid supports and 2 pure carries, which I think will go quite well, because it also means anything time we're speed running any of these monoliths that have multiple things to do, just 2 of us will go one way and 2 of us will go another way. It should be great.
Yes. Take care.
Option handles having more reasonable, consistent difficulty scaling. Yes, that's what I believe. That is the plan. I believe that is the plan. Oh, 5 years ago. Haven't bought the latest content for a few months. Is there any word about that? There will be no more, unless there's a massive expansion years down the line. That might change things, but like, if you bought it 4 years ago, you've still got your account. You're good. You'll be ready to play on launch. You're done. You're ready to go. No, you don't even need to buy the new. There is no buying new content. You have the full game right now. And on launch, you will still have the full game. You've already bought it. You will have access to every single thing. New classes, everything. You've bought the game already. So the recent content release was gated behind extra payment? Nope. You already bought the game. You've got the game, it's yours. Have they said anything about future expansions being paid / free? I don't know enough to answer that question. I have no idea. Disappearing while in tree form? No. No. Sort of. Yes. It's a lot better, but also some things, your skills just still disappear. Like that thing I was just doing right then. It only happens with the controller now, though. It only happens with the controller. If you're on keyboard and mouse, nothing disappears. It's all fine. So like this thing right here. Oh, I was able to summon my first set of totems because a mob spawned next to it. But you can see I can't summon any more totems on it. It didn't let me. So when you're on a controller and you have to summon totems and things like that, you have to like go past it, face a wall, and try and like summon totems into a wall. Because we haven't considered the business plan for paid expansions. We're currently focused on cycles, which will be free. Cool. So there's a chance that like later on down the line, if there's a really, really huge, big expansion a few years from now, they might charge for that. I also imagine if that's the case, it will again just be like something like $20 to $40. Right? Like in that range again, not 80 to 100, and it would only be years down the line if it's a huge massive thing. If I'm just messing about, it's more that like my hands are fucked, right? Like I wear compression gloves because my hand hurts, not because my hands hurt, not because I think like it's not a fashion statement. Like I wear the compression gloves because my hands hurt, and being able to play with a controller doesn't hurt my hands. So any game I can play with a controller, I do now. A few years ago, I would have made fun of me for using a controller. You definitely have less control, less precision. I am a keyboard and mouse kind of person. This is more like a... This is more, I use a controller now whenever possible out of necessity, not out of, I'm not like, oh, controllers are so much better. You should all be using controllers. What are you using a keyboard for, noob? Like, that's not happening. Been using these for 2 years or so, more than 2, I think. Maybe like 3.5, 4 years. I've always been a big advocate of like keyboard and mouse being the best way to play video games. And I still think it is. I still think you just have way better control with the keyboard and mouse and way better accuracy, and like it's... I am still a keyboard and mouse kind of person. But if I play with a keyboard and mouse, after about 2 hours, my hands start to hurt. And after about 5 hours, my hands hurt quite a lot. And that is every single day while I'm playing PoE. So when a game comes out with good controller support that I get to play, I'm gonna use the controllers. One ward per second per 3% uncapped necrotic resistance. Yo, that potentially is OP. If my rage generation is so good with this setup, I wonder if I really need these at all. Is a striking shirt a fashion statement, or is that for health reasons too? It's not a statement, but if it helps. I also have ridiculously colorful pants on all the time as well. And extra shiny sparkly nails. Shiny nails are awesome. Yet another reason I never want to go back to working in my actual trade that I worked for like fucking 15 years or something. There's no way I could have painted nails as a tradesman, or at least in my trade. No way. What's your actual trade? I'm a printer by trade. Large format sheet fed printer. Hell yeah. More like hell no. I'd rather never do it again. I have zero interest in doing that again. Was it a year and a half, 2 years ago or something, when I got my current IRL job? That was around the time where I ran out of money and decided, well, not decided, was forced into like, okay, I have to make some money off the internet. I have to make some money in real life, or I will not be able to pay bills. And that's when I have to decide, do I go back to my trade where I could make $45 an hour at a minimum before overtime, or do I get a shit kicker job that pays me $23 an hour as a casual, which is like a third what I could make as a printer, but then not hate myself. And I went with that. I was like, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so the answer is not quite. I can't quite get rid of both of those, but I could get rid of one of those points with this much rage regeneration. I wonder if doing printing would have been bad if you could do it for a third of the hours. Yep, absolutely. It's loud, it's filthy, it's hard work, it's incredibly high stress. The decision I had to make realistically was, if I become a printer, that means I go back to work. That means I'm not a content creator anymore. I could still stream, but it would be like, you know, maybe I could find 10 hours a week to make content total. And that just would have been it. But then I would have been making good money. But then I'd also be miserable. Are you a full-time streamer now then? I mean, I don't make a full-time wage from content creation. But let's have a look real quick. Hang on. Let's look at like the last, what, 180 days? What's that, like half a year? Oh, why won't it load? There it is. Well, in the last 180 days, I have streamed 174 streams. So I've taken 6 days off streaming in 180 days. According to Sally Gnome here. I'm trying to figure out where's my average stream length. Not the individual streams, but like my average over 180 days. I streamed 1,500 hours, watched 253,000 hours. Twitch, the majority of your income. Not asking for specifics, but I assume YouTube is not amazing. Twitch is probably half of my total income from content creation, with the other half coming from, I do some it's got, there's like a few different things. One, I sell a lot of gloves. These sell quite a bit. Math says 8.7 hours per stream on average. Nice. So that's 8.7 hours a day on average per day, with also making YouTube videos and whatnot. I also make YouTube videos. So Twitch is probably half my income. And then the other half is like YouTube, some of it. And then there's glove sales. And then there's things like the Nexus store. And then there's some like extensions that we use on it and whatnot. And then also I do a little bit of coaching, which I don't advertise super heavily because I only take like 2 or 3 people per league. So I do that as well. Fourth chart is total hours streamed per month. There you go. 330, 350, 360, 330, 350, 375, 325. Oh, February was shit. 159. Then back up to 280. Yeah. So remember, this is only Twitch stats, right? Plus I do the coaching stuff. Plus I do YouTube videos and whatnot. Plus I work about 26 to 30 hours a week in a real life job. I don't sleep and I don't have any IRL friends. My numbers used to look a lot better before I had to start my IRL job, because I ran out of money. I was consistently streaming year after year, month after month, more than anybody in the PoE category, period, for like 3 years straight, including Ziz when he was on his like grind. I was still beating him. We could do that. Let's try it. One more in there. That IRL job give you time to think. Sounds kind of cool. No, I don't want to be doing the IRL job. I stream hours, then go to work as well. Usually the other way around. I work in them and get up and go to work, and then I come home and stream. I also get paid absolute minimum wage in my IRL job. But I'm still pretty happy with my IRL job. It took me a while to find a job that I wanted to say yes to, because when I was looking, I was just outright telling every single employer the truth, which is I'd show up to job interviews and I'd be like, listen, this is how it is. This will be my secondary job. This will not be my priority. I am only available like 28 to 30 hours a week maximum. And every 3 months, I'm going to want to take 10 days off for the league start for the video game that I play. And most places went, no, thank you. That's a good. You sure your boss isn't a gamer? My boss is not a gamer. And they say honesty is the best policy. No, it 100% is, because if I started a job without telling them those things, if I didn't tell them those things, I would either have to give those things up, which I wasn't willing to do, because this right here is what I want to be doing, not that. I would either have to give some of this time up that I've like scheduled out, or miss league starts, or not be able to take them off, or end up getting fired because they were expecting more out of me, right? I wouldn't still have the job. So what happened is these guys came back to me a few days after in the job interview, and the guy said, look, originally we were going to say no because of your restrictions, but I really liked you in the job interview, and we had a look at the restrictions and went, to be honest, we were questioning whether we even needed to fill this position or not. Like, it was sort of like, we could use the extra help, but is it really worth having someone on or not? And so what they offered me was $3 an hour less than what they were advertising. They said, we've lowered this because you're not going to have the flexibility we were hoping. You're only going to be able to work in the mornings. You're going to have that guaranteed time off every single league start, and you won't even be able to tell us when it is until you're close. And then we're happy to put up with all of that, and we will abide by every single one of those things. But because of those restrictions, we're going to offer you the minimum wage that we could offer somebody in this role. And it says, as long as you're happy to do that, we're happy to let you do all of the things you said you needed. And I said, yep, that'll do. That's great. That's exactly what I need. I just need a little bit extra to be like into the able to pay my bills area. Right? And so they understood, and now they get the labor they needed at a cheaper rate, but they don't have the ability to have like overtime or call me in and off days or things like that. And in the 2 years I've worked there, there was one time where he asked me to do overtime. Because I said I won't ever do overtime. Like, I want to be home streaming. And so he called me up one time in 2 years on what was supposed to be my day off. It was Monday. I wasn't supposed to work. I was supposed to be streaming. He called me at like 5:30 in the morning. And he said, and this is how that conversation with. I picked up and I was like, hello? And his first sentence out of his mouth was, I am so sorry that I am calling you. And if you say no, there are absolutely no problems and no repercussions from this. But you're also the last person I'm calling. 3 of our guys have COVID. No one was able to come in today. We've got emergency jobs that need to come out. I'm going down to work on the factory floor, and somebody else needs to be in the building for me to legally be able to run the machines. Can you come in today, and I will sort something else out for the rest of the week until they can get back. I need to be working today, and you're the last person I called. And I said, absolutely, I will be there in 20 minutes. And that is the only time in 2 years he's asked. Worth noting, the last 2 weeks before, I actually worked a little over full-time hours the last 2 weeks. But that wasn't really a request as much as like 2 of our guys went on holiday and they had scheduled it. And my boss just said, you're welcome to work extra hours if you want to. And I was like, look, I could use extra money. I could use extra money for the 3rd month of the league when it gets really, really tough to pay bills. First month is usually really good. 2nd month is okay. 3rd month is very dodgy. And I was like, I'd like to have a little bit of extra money for that 3rd month so I'm not stressed this time. So I worked like an extra 15 hours a week for the last 2 weeks while some guys were on holidays, but that wasn't needed. Like, he just offered it to me if I wanted it. pretty much the definition of extenuating circumstances. I'm going to be honest. If he was trying to get me to go to work on my day off so that somebody else could do the work, I would have said no. But since he normally doesn't run machinery on the floor. He's perfectly capable. He was a, like, I forget what they're called, steelwork tradesman person. He knows all of the stuff. He's just the boss now, right? Like, he doesn't run the machines on a day-to-day basis. Since he was calling me and he was already going in work attire to work on the floor. If you're willing to come in and get your hands dirty because that's what the business needs, I'm willing to come in and help you. Right? That's fine. What the fuck is that? Meraphage. +1 to all stats, 12% leech rate. When you shatter a two-handed sword while you have a Meraphage equipped, it absorbs the shards you would gain, using them to gain legendary affixes or replace its existing ones. What the fuck is that? That's cool. That's really cool. That might be the coolest weapon I've ever seen. What the fuck? This is not for me or my build, but that's real fucking cool. Oh, excuse me, what a pig. Anyway, yeah, so that's the story of the work I do right now. But it is worth noting, sometime this year,
Yes.
he's probably gonna have to replace me with like a full-time employee. He gave me a heads up, I don't know, a few months back. It's not that he's not happy with me, and it's not that he doesn't is suddenly unhappy with our arrangement. It's just, you know, the place is getting a little bit bigger and he needs more hours, and he knows that I'm not available for more hours. So hopefully by the time that happens, I can live off just content alone. Hopefully. You should just hire Jim to come in for those extra hours. Would you let Jim ride a forklift? Anyone with 3 days so you can get a forklift license? Yeah. Look, it's not hard to get a forklift license, but there's also some people, and a lot of them have forklift licenses, that really shouldn't ever run a forklift. Like, I've known quite a few people in my work over the years that have a forklift license that I don't think should have a forklift license. Just, you look at them drive a forklift and you're like, I don't know if you should. Maybe just, you get off and go, you go make a coffee, buddy. I'll unload this truck. Arcs, however that is said. Thank you very much for the gifted a sub. Sounds to me like your boss just needs another streamer who streams opposite hours to what you do. It's Erica. Oh, that makes so much more sense. That makes way more sense. No, thank you. It is always good. I'll tell you what I'm excited about. I'm excited about finding out how much money I make when we make this 70% split from Twitch. I hope you stick around. Oh, let's be super clear. When I explain what's going on with my financial situation, there is no version of how it shakes out where I stop making content except if I die. I just want to be real clear about that. Like, it'll be real shit if I have to go find another job because I can't make enough from content creation. It'll be real shit if I have to cut a few hours out of streaming or whatever. But if I'm alive, I'm making content. I just if I'm alive, I'm going to be making content. Because I've said this before and I stand by it 100%. If I won $1 billion tomorrow with a B in it, I would just be making content the next day. This is already what I want to do with my life. If I never needed a cent for the rest of my life, this is still what I would want to be doing. I'd be doing it in a far more comfortable chair with a way better computer, and I would employ people. I would have teams of people helping me make more and better quality content. But I would still just be doing this. This is literally the thing I want to do with my life. I'd probably hire a chef and I'd have a personal trainer that I'd work with in the morning so that I was healthier. But I'd still just be here making content. This is it for me. It is this or death. Those are the two options. Those are the only two options. Stream or die. I always want to make that part pretty clear, because I don't want it to sound like I'm like trying to give people an ultimatum of like, please sub to me or I won't be able to stream anymore. Like, I'll work it out. It's my problem, not your problem. I hope that I'm entertaining enough that I can be making enough from just content alone. But if I am not, that's on me and not anyone else.
Take care.
We provide all content for free all the time, forever. And I'm either good enough or I'm not. That's my problem. Linden, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Kinda undermining the point I was just making, but thank you. This is a genuine expression that is all aberration. Okay. But yeah, what's going to be real exciting financial wise is it looks like we're probably, hopefully, going to maintain the required amount of subs to get the 70-30 split from Twitch within like a month or two, hopefully. And if that happens, that should up my wage substantially. Because up until recently, I was just on the 50-50 split. And now I'm looking like I might be able to jump into the 70-50 split, which is like a 40% pay bump. How many subs do you need to maintain that? So let me finish the explanation. 70-30, sorry. So it's 300. But for now, it doesn't count Twitch Primes and it doesn't count gifted subs. It has to be 300 individual people who decided to sub and have like recurring subs on. I don't know why they don't count those things, but they don't count those things. This morning we were at 310. We've been at 300 or over since league start. So, and we need to maintain over 300 for, I think it was 3 months. I think it was 3 months. So we're already at like 2. So I'm like riding the edge of it right now. Where I'm like, hopefully. But like gifteds don't help with that. And or it has to be like literally like people, like individual people doing. For some reason, the gifted and primes don't help that one stat. For some reason, I don't understand why. Siberian, thank you very much for the prime. Aww. Okay, so I can still get one shot. I need to not get one shot anymore. Yeah, what they really want is the auto renewals. That's what they really want. The people who hit like the subs that continue automatically. That's the things that that's the one that they're after. The good news is I think it was either 200 or 250 was going to be a 60% split now, which is new. So even if we fall off the 70%, I will definitely in the next month and a half or so reach that qualification for the 60% one. So at least that'll be like that's a 20% wage bump. But we're hoping to just squeeze into that 70% area so that I can have the 40% pay bump. That'll be fucking nice. How did I run out of rage just then? How am I running out of rage right now? Oh, there are modifiers that give you reduced recovery, isn't there? I'll bet. Damage, glancing blow, frenzy, and haste on hit. Enemies on. Nope. Okay. Okay. I'm afraid a lot of streamers will get lost and or get burned out with all the new content. Nah. Wow. I don't know. I can't really speak to other people. The only time I really ever feel burned out is when I run out of new shit to do, right? Like, it's the end of a PoE league and there's still 4 weeks left and there's nothing new for me to do and no reason that I want to still be playing it, but I can't play any other games because otherwise you don't get any viewers. So you gotta like force yourself to find things to do in PoE still for the next like 4 weeks when you don't really want to be playing it anymore. That's the bit that gets you burned out. The more other ARPGs there are to do, the less chance that happens, right? When there's PoE 1 and PoE 2 and Last Epoch launching and like everybody's into all of the games, it's really good. That's really good when that happens. As soon as I try and keep up with PoE 1, PoE 2, Last Epoch, and D4. Oh yeah, I'll be doing all of that. I'll be doing all that. And probably a little bit of Torchlight Infinite as well. $19 rage per second, huge. Oh, and D3 as well. Probably D3. Probably D3 as well. Ooh. Ooh, that's sexy though. That's a lot of crit. Strike chance and multi. Oh man, do I want to wear that? Maybe. No Diablo Immortal? No. No. Barely enough time to play PoE 1, thinks he's going to get to play more than PoE 1 and PoE 2. Well, the hope is by then that I'm not working. I want that 30 hours a week back. Right? That's where the extra time is supposed to come from.
Take care.
Who would call you at 5:30 a.m.? If everything worked exactly how I wanted, fucking no one. Used to proclaim the rage generation a bit more constantly. Yeah. But then I just got a 19 instead of a 16 rage. And now I'm thinking maybe I don't even need the amulet. Maybe if I can get like a 20, like a perfect one, and then I put 1 point back in here again, maybe I don't even need the amulet, and then I can get that like massive multi-amulet for way more damage. There's a lot of options in this build. Fucking I do wish. I'm gonna call it 3 seconds before it went all potato. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen it. I didn't realize how much it costs Twitch to run a stream. Have you guys, has anyone seen that YouTube short from that pirate software guy going over like how much it costs to run a stream? Isn't that fucking insane? Bit of range generation problem. I thought the node you had managed rage back when the totems despawn, and then just spamming totems gives more rage than it uses. So not not quite. So it costs 15 rage to summon totems, and right now I have 1 point in here, which means it recovers 4. You could have 3, it's 4 per point. So that would make it cover most of its own cost. You would still need a little bit of rage regeneration. Of course, I'm hoping to not use those points, but there are also a lot of different things you can do to solve rage. You don't necessarily have rage problems. What you have is like 6 different ways you can solve rage, and you have to like pick one that's and like build around it so that you can, because every way costs you something, right? Every way of dealing with rage costs something, whether it's passive points or gear or like something, right? So what I'm trying to do, or what we're trying to work out, is like the best balance of what has the lowest opportunity cost to solve my rage issues, right? So the first one, the very first solution that you will do on League launch is you just take Ire of Trees right here. Healing totems are converted into Fury totems and now restore rage instead of healing and can only affect you. You gain 5 rage per heal. There are 9 totems out that pulse heals every like 2 or 3 seconds. You have infinite rage. But the sacrifice here is that they are no longer healing totems. So you're giving up all the pulsing healing that you could be getting. The build is pretty tanky anyway. I only lost this today. I only took this out today. Like I got up to like 90 without it anyway. The build's already pretty tanky, but I want that healing back, right? It's a huge amount of recovery. I wanted it back. So with that node, I could have no points in here, right? Now, with 3 points in here, with 2 points in here, that would make it 8 mana. It costs 26 to cast, but it drops 3. So 1, 8, 16, 24. So with 2 points in there, you would respawn 24 of the 26 mana, which means even the tiniest amount of rage regen of any kind, the tiniest amount, would be free. It literally costing you 2 mana per cast. Any amount of like rage regen at that point is fine, right? So there's also a few other solutions though. So like this amulet gives you 2 rage gain per second per summoned vine, which anytime I teleport, I summon 6 of them. So that gives me 12 rage per second. There's also this belt that gives you 15 to 20 rage gained every 3 seconds while in Spriggan form. I'm currently wearing both, and I don't think I need to be. Either the belt or the amulet would be enough with 2 points in here. I'm trying to pull a point out of here, and if possible, both points, to invest in like more damage or more pierce or more base crit or like something like that. But there are a lot of different solutions, right? There's a ton of different options, and there's definitely no rage problem. Like there's no point in this build where you're like, oh my god, I don't have enough rage, what am I gonna do? Like that doesn't exist. There are just different ways to solve it, and a bunch of ways to deal with it. Hidden mana reduction also doesn't show. But test it with only 2 points in the passive, it definitely has to have more rage than the cost. I just spam the totems. So you can also get minus mana cost. Maybe you're wearing a one-hander that has like minus mana cost on it or something. Like if you were wearing like even -3 mana cost, then ta-da, you get more rage back with 2 points in than the totems cost. Because there's a bajillion solutions. Oh, also this. I've got all 4 points in this because I want more maximum totems. But that means I've got 100% increased mana cost instead of 75% increased mana cost. If you only have 3 points in there, you have 1 less totem, but you lose 25% of that mana cost. Is there a way to target farm those uniques you're using? Yes, you can target farm anything in this game. So anything can drop anywhere, but you can also go to the zone that drops more of X kind of item, which exists for every item. So like, if you're really after a unique hat, there's a hat zone, and then a lot of the zones in that echo will have the guaranteed reward of a unique hat. So you can make it like far more likely to get a hat. Same for amulets, same for belts, shit like that. You're right, boss uniques also exist, so not like everything can drop everywhere. But what I mean is there's no like zone restrictions. If it's a world drop, it can drop in any zone. But you can go somewhere specific to have more chance of that happening, basically. Okay. Well, I was just playing around. I think I still need the 2 points in there though. You choose a region inside the game now? I don't even know how to change regions. I just stay on Australia where I've got like a 12 to 13 ping forever. So these things are what I mean. I'm pretty sure this area drops like, actually I don't remember what this area drops, but whichever area you're in, it'll drop more of like, you know, this area drops more bows and staves. This area drops more shields and boots or some shit. Like I don't know what they all are, but every piece of gear has a zone, and it'll be far more of these. Where you get like these ones, actually far more of these ones, where it's like a unique ring will drop here, right? Far more of them. There's a set ring. In fact, looking at this area and knowing what I've already taken, I'd bet this area is rings, because like there's another ring and I've already gone through several rings, and there's a ring and there's a ring, and there's, yeah, this area is definitely rings. There's a lot of rings everywhere here. Right, I will be back in just 1 second.
you.
Okay. Next. Let's go commit more murders. Right there. I want like 5 more passives to spend in my Thorn Totems tree. Ooh. Call minions lose. Oh, it's the wrath thing. I think I just figured out why everyone has 8 totems instead of 9. It's just a math thing, right? 1 extra button in a more damage node compared to 1 extra totem. Eight totems with more damage than 9 totems. Probably. Get a link to your current build. I do not, because I am rapidly changing it, and also there are patch notes in like a week. But I will have before the league or the cycle starts, as soon as we get patch notes. There are already plenty of versions of this build around though, if you wanted to like practice it or this playstyle and you just wanted to like see what I did with it different when
the guide comes out, you could easily just follow one on like max roll or whatever. Okay, so let's see. So what I'm thinking, we've already got 18% more damage. It's 18% per point. This one is 1 extra totem, bringing us from 8 totems to 9 totems. So to go from 8 to 9 is how much more damage? %20 more damage? Is that right? No. No, that's not right. 12? 12. Right. And this is 18 per point. That's why. So we need 2 points in here. That's why people are putting their last point into this one instead of putting their last point in the totem. It also makes the totems cost less. Or does that actually not matter when they're healing totems? Nope, it worked. It reduced their mana cost to 23 instead. Which now give me 8 per. Does that minion still die on bosses 24/7? No, but it does sometimes occasionally die. But that's also why I have 2 of them. And also, more importantly, the way I built it, this shit, Etra's Blessing, goes off automatically pretty often, and I can also cast it. And if it targets a downed companion, it'll heal it for a pretty large portion of their downed area to bring it back to life, as well as it automatically targets the lowest health ally whenever it procs, which, if that isn't me, will automatically heal them. And also, lastly, these buffs right here, the ones that give you the flat spell damage and the base crit and crit avoidance, those stay on even when they're down now. Which quite a while ago they didn't used to, but they do now. So you don't actually lose those buffs, even if they do go down. Can you summon it in tree form now? No. But I have 1 by default. And then part of my tree form is this one. You summon an additional Spriggan when you enter Spriggan form, which does not count towards your Spriggan limit, but does count towards your companion limit. Base companion limit is 2, so as long as I don't have another minion, I have 1 out that I summoned myself, I change into Spriggan form, I get a second child tree. Nope. Bye. I'm Groot dad. I mean, look at him. Tell me that's not Groot's dad. Look at him and tell me that's not Groot's dad. That's Groot's dad. does numpad enter not work? What the fuck? How is numpad enter any different than enter enter?
Yes. Take care.
It's weird. They should both just work. Bum, 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 bum. Before I go to bed and connect. I've done 2 of them now. I've already lost interest. Those things seem very boring. Very boring isn't even the word. Just something that I would only do near the beginning of stream, not near the end of stream. Like doing build upgrades and stuff like that. Like when I have the brain power at the beginning of stream, I do the complicated things. And then when I don't have the brain power at the end of stream, I just murder mobs. I just murder things. I'm just here to mass genocide as many things in the video game as I can. That's all there is. What on earth are you? Huh. We're expecting some in-game changes before launch. When we start planning builds to start with, there will be some changes. There's like many pages of patch notes. No major reworks, but definitely some rebalances and stuff. Spoon is very good. It actually looks pretty good. 1% increased cast speed per 2 intellect. Chance to slow on spell hit. Chance to apply frailty on spell hit. Chance to shred on spell hit. Chance to electrify on spell hit. Chance to poison on spell hit. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 different ailments. 8% more spell damage per negative ailment on the target, which presumably there are more negative ailments than that I could also put on, like frostbite and whatnot. How much will the first 10 to 20 hours be different between now and then on release? Do we know that? Not really, but I imagine not super different. You can use the LP to get another few elements. True. But I mean, with 5, that's 40% more spell damage. Not an increase like weapons normally are, a more. And it's on a good base. 15 flat and -3. That actually looks pretty good. And that's just with the ailments that it provides. Right? Like, that's just with the ailments that it provides. I don't know how many other ailments you could provide on top of that, but certainly a few. That seems pretty cool. I think blind is the only other ailment. Blind frostbite is another one. Ignite wasn't on there. That's a negative ailment. Oh, I don't mean specifically adding to that weapon. I mean adding to the build in general. Because it's not like only the ailments applied by that weapon count. It's just that that weapon provides these ailments. How many other ailments can I put on something? Probably a lot. You miss a lot trying to add. Yeah, it would be a balance of like, how many can I put on for just like one affix here or one passive point over there or whatever. Like every time you get access to like just putting on one extra ailment, that's 8% more damage. So maybe you don't get all of them, but I bet you could fit in an extra 5 pretty easily. Probably fit in an extra 10 maybe. I'm actually going to take that one. It's only 5% more damage, but 50% increased crit, and I'm not critting enough yet. Have you tried the Righteous Fire build yet? No? What's that? Do you have a link? And consecrate paladin. I might have to have a look at that. Yo, shoot dog. Hey, with a raid, how you doing? Out here practicing my league start build for Papega idiots, because that's how I feel when I play video games. Build is this Thorn Totems. Basically, the idea of this is that I wanted to find my build that I could stare at chat and stand in things and be stupid and still clear efficiently and do damage and like not need anything at all and be able to league start and just not even have to pay attention at all. And this is it. This is really good because it has infinite mana. It has infinite mana and some incredibly good recovery. Is quite tanky. I don't have to balance anything. It's got good area coverage. It's got decent single target. Not like incredibly good single target, but certainly enough. Like decent enough at it. And you can see you can just get hit by everything. It doesn't matter. I go running into all these things. It doesn't matter. Every single one of these totems that is doing all of my damage is also just a healing totem that just pulses giant AoE heals at me all the time. And there's fucking 8 of them. So like, I'm just getting healed constantly. Is great. This build really easy to get online, so they're self-found. Take 0 gear. Yep. 0 gear. Nothing. It needs absolutely nothing. That's what I was testing. That's what I've been playing this for the last like few days just to see how it would work on like fresh with nothing. It needed nothing. It needed absolutely nothing. It's been great. Ooh. I doubt you end up good, but let's try it. I need a better thing than this, but I really do need the poison resist. Rules, yeah, the wolves are pretty good. Minion damage, companion revive range I don't care about really, but the minion damage I do. I doubt you make it to good enough. Nope, you break. Never mind. In that case, bye. Anything else I want to blow up? Nope.
Yes. Take care.
More damage reduction. Easy. Oh, I've also entered oh yeah, nice. I'm definitely gonna need new weapons sometime soon. Because this has been like a fresh run without taking stuff from my stash. My weapon's blue. Like, it's got the 2 mods on it that I wanted the most, but it's not very good. My weapon's blue. It could be significantly better than that. But that was also kind of the point, right? Like, what happens if you're fresh? What happens if you have nothing? You don't have access to the stuff you want. And the answer is, it's fine. It just works. Just craft like a regal orb. I could, but that, in theory, but that one's out of forging potential. So the way crafting works in this game is very different from PoE's. You like use up crafting potential basically, and once an item is like broken, it isn't actually broken. It's just out of crafting potential. You can't craft it anymore, and that's what that one is. He fix my flicks. With a 30-month resub.
Colon closing parenthesis.
Alright, probably time to kill this boss dude. This is where my lack of weapon and crit multi amulet come into play, because my damage single target is a little bit questionable now. Like, it's not bad. I'm still able to kill this stuff. I'm still able to progress in the level 100 maps. Can't remember what they're called, but it's not like blowing you away single target right now. That's pretty good for the level of gear I've got, but it isn't blow me away single target, which is kind of fine by me, because, you know, I'm going to spend like, what, 90% of my time clearing and 10% of my time doing single target. So as long as the clear is fantastic and I have enough boss damage to get through the boss, that's fine. We do have Torchlight Infinite, and if you have, what are your thoughts on it? I have played Torchlight Infinite. My thoughts on it is I really wish it didn't look like such a gacha game, like such a mobile centric thing, because I think people would be willing to give it a better chance if it didn't look the way it looks. I actually think it's really good. I very much enjoyed it. Every season that I've played it, it's really good. There's a little bit of pay to win in it, and I wish there was none, but it is actually only a little bit. It's not too bad. But I wish there was none. But it is actually like a pretty deep game with a lot of really good options and a lot of customization that can be done, and like it's really solid, but it looks like a shitty mobile game, and so people don't really give it a chance, right? Because it does. It looks like a real shit mobile game gotcha thing, right? Like, that's because of all the menus and such. And so it's real easy for people to not give it a chance. It's actually why I didn't play it in the beta, and why I didn't play season 1. Is because I looked at it and went, ugh, not for me. And it wasn't until, I think it was season 3, I finally gave it a chance. No, it was 2. I finally gave it a chance and was like, yo, what the fuck? This game's great. What are the pay to win elements? So it's not incredibly extreme. If you pay for the season pass, you do get a slightly better loot pet. He picks up more stuff than the free one does. But not a lot, but like enough to be notable and to not leave it out of the list. And then you can also buy packed spirits, which is I don't know what you call them, like little pets that go in their own passive trees, that like create their own passive trees almost. Some of them are very strong, but you also get the pack spirits for free. The difference being, if I'm happy to drop $1,000 today and you've got $0, I will have all my pack spirits day 1, and it will take you 2 or 3 weeks to have enough pack spirits to like have good ones and fill them out. Eventually you'll have enough pack spirits that you'll be fine even for free. But you're still going to be like a little bit behind where somebody who's spent money is, and you're probably always going to be like a little bit behind. The reason I'm sort of a little more forgiving about it is because if you're willing to pay for the season passes, just the season pass every league, then that's pretty much all you ever need. If I buy the season pass and you're willing to spend $1,000 a month, we're pretty much on the same level most of the time. Like, you're not really getting, like, we're both a decent amount in front of a full free-to-play player, but you spending $1,000 a month and me just buying the season pass once a league for like $22 or whatever it is, we're pretty much even. Like, it's not a big deal. So like, there's some pay to win, but only like, it's only like this much pay to win. And if you're willing to pay like this much, it doesn't matter if somebody else pays this much, they're not gonna be in front of you. Does that make sense? all those are trash. The game is fantastic though. This game movement WASD? No. But it did look like that because I was playing with the controller. So it's normal ARPG stuff. But it has controller support that you can just swap to. So I just normally most of the time I'm wearing these compression gloves. Because my hands are pretty much screwed, and when I play with a keyboard and mouse for several hours a day, my hands get quite sore by the end of the day. So anytime I'm playing an off game and I can get away with using a controller, I tend to lean towards that because it just, you know, doesn't hurt as much. Hey Baylor, do you know if the res pen from mobs to players, if they penetrate us, does it penetrating the max 75 or the total res for 100, for example? I thought it was penetrating from just your max res, but then someone the other day said it isn't and you can overcap them. That feels weird to me and I'm not sure if it's right. Is there a way to see how much DPS the spell totems do and how to change them with gear? No. This does not benefit version pen. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Pen works the same as PoE. Sort of. So if anyone's thinking about trying this out to begin with, like to start with, there are some things that are worth knowing about resistances. While they function the same way as in PoE, the game isn't balanced the same way as in PoE. So in, let's say, in this game, the monsters in the end game here in these level 100 rifts, they penetrate 75% of resistances by default. Which means that my default cap is 75, which means they damage me as if I had 0. If I had 25 left, they damage me as if I had negative 25. That's okay. In fact, it's good. And I'll explain why. It means you still want to be res capped. It just means that res capping day 1 is slightly different than in PoE. In PoE, it works exactly the same way, except mobs don't default pen. Like every mob in the game doesn't have a default penetration built into it. So if I have 50 fire res instead of 75 fire res, I'm missing 25 in PoE, then I take double damage, right? For every 100 damage that hits you, you're supposed to have 75 res and get hit for 25. If I miss 25 res, every 100 damage that hits me, I get hit for 50 instead of 25. So at 50% res in PoE, I take double elemental damage, right? 100% extra damage for missing 25 res. In this game, because the default pen is 75, leaving you at 0, if I'm missing 25 fire res, instead of at default, if I have it capped, I get hit for 100. I have 75 res, but they have 75 pen, so I take 100 damage. If I'm missing 25 res, then I get hit for 100. I have 50 res, they do 75 pen, so I get hit for 125. Meaning instead of taking 100% more damage for having missed 25 res, I take 25% more damage for having missed 25 res. So it's still important to cap, but nowhere near as important as it is in PoE. Also in PoE, there's only 4 resistances, not counting physical. So we won't count physical in this game either. But that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're each 50% less important overall than in PoE. And then it's okay if you're like a little bit under, because it's not instantly doubling the damage you take. You still want to cap them, but it's not like a massive rush job, right? F has the arrow traps node, which uses detonating arrow. Only available for marksmen, as I understand. This does nothing unless you're a marksman. How does this work? So I'm not familiar with marksman entirely, but there might be something you're missing here. I think it's a marksman skill, but that doesn't mean only available for marksmen. So I'm a shaman, right? This is my class. I start as a primalist. I ascended into a shaman. That means I have access to this whole shaman tree, but I still have access to the first half of both of the other trees. They're locked here. So I'm actively using 2 skills that are from Druid, even though I'm a shaman. And I have access to these from Beastmaster, even though I'm a shaman. I'm not using either of them, but I am using some of the passives in the Beastmaster tree. So just because you pick an ascendancy doesn't mean you lose all of them, right? So I believe that build you're talking about wants to be a marksman, but it gets the trap from Falconer. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think you have to be a marksman, but then you get the trap from Falconer anyway. Leveling almost never die. I don't think I have ever opened my character screen to check out my resistance cap while leveling. I don't even do that in PoE. And it's far more important there. Why would I stop? I'll deal with that shit when I get to maps. No need to stop. Are you playing with that deep voice guy? Forgot his name. Deep voice guy's Ildris. He'll actually be in our team on League Start for the last Epoch. Probably in Discord and everything. Jeez, imagine remembering me when I used to be a hardcore main. That was a long time ago. I barely remember it. Used to be a hardcore main. I spent my first 10 to 11,000 hours in PoE in hardcore only. I have a level 100 in hardcore. I have a mirror on hardcore. I've got a few demis from winning hardcore races. Thought you hated hardcore? I mean, I do. I don't want to go play hardcore anymore. Why don't you play hardcore anymore? Whenever people ask me that, I usually just say because I'm trash. Because I like that joke and it's funny. But the real reason is 12 hours of playing in hardcore a day is incredibly draining and stressful and far less fun than playing in softcore is, where I don't have to care as much and I can do whatever I want and I can try weird shit and look at maps or something and be like, yo, that's dangerous as fuck, and then just jump into it. Whereas existing for like 12 hours straight on edge, having to pay attention the whole time, I don't really find fun anymore. I used to. I guess I used to, because I played the first like 10,000 hours of hardcore. I used to get a thrill out of it. I just don't anymore. Now it just seems like a lot of stress for nothing. Like I went, I don't know, a few leagues ago when they did what they at that time called the hardest gauntlet ever. I think this one's even harder than that, but so it's now the second hardest gauntlet ever. I went back and played that and got to level 90 just so that I could like prove to myself that I was still capable. But then I basically hit level 90 and I just logged out. I was just like, yeah, it wasn't fun at all. Turns out I am still capable of playing hardcore and I made the right decision. I don't want to. Bye. That's how that worked. Recall you leveling to hardcore mostly in tier 5 maps. Not quite. Well, mostly maybe. We made it to level 98 in tier 5 maps. And then we were like, this is going to take too long. I want to hit 100 now. We were also in like full MF gear. And then we were like, no, we want to hit 100 now. So we just bumped it up to tier 16s and went, fuck it, we're going full MF at tier 16s. We either die or hit 100. Those are the only options. So we just did the last 2 levels in tier 16s. It was significantly quicker and very risky. Very, very risky. Somebody counted while we were doing it.
Yes.
And said between Blakey and I there was like 40 different times in 5 days that we were like under 100 health, and somehow we both managed to not die for the whole last 2 levels and make it to 100.
Other ways you get tired of farming currency and buying gear. Just going to self-found and growing on all the different content, different crafting options it gives you. So I don't like solo self-found, but I did really enjoy the little group found league that we did this league. That was really fun. I will definitely do that again. Most fun I've had in period in years and in private league. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely be doing that again next time with like a little bit better structure, because I feel like some people did get like left behind and not helped by us as much as I would have liked, but it was our first time. We'll do better next time. I'd like to join next time. It's open to everybody. I'm going to do it alternating. So one league I'm going to league start in trade, and the next league we're going to league start in a big group found private league. The rules of the group found private league might change, but for now the only ones that are definitely not changing is there's no such thing as trading for currency. Everything is free. Everything you need is free, and everything you sell is free. This is an actual group found thing. Means no such thing as being rich, and also no such thing as being poor. And we did a bunch of really cool things, like just having, you know, people sharing out their whole map tabs and just being like, yo, put all the map tabs into guild bank and shit like that. Even though particularly why you don't like solo self-found is just the grind overall, or everything being comparatively scarce. No, it's not about the scarcity. It's about the particular stuff that's locked behind content that I don't enjoy. I never ever want to run heist, but I almost always want stuff that comes from heist. I really don't like running blighted maps, but I almost always need some gold oils, and I just don't want to run those things. And like Maven and I have to do it. You can just get a carry though. Like we were handing out Maven carries and Uber Elder carries and things like that in the private league, just constantly. Just anytime anyone who was capable of doing the bosses would do them, they would be like, just in the global chat, yo, who anyone need to carry, anyone need the stones, shit like that. So you didn't have to do Maven. I
got a lot better at Maven in that private league too, because I ran it a lot instead of just getting a carry once and never touching it again, which is what I normally do. Did nothing but boss rushing last night. I'm very happy with my progress on the bosses. Nice. Self-avoiding expedition like the pay because I never lacked the mechanic enough to figure out how the vendors work. But my brain won't let me stop doing solo self-found until I can get awful void stones of my own. Yep. I just did to get a carry. I still just have 2 void watch stones. Oh my god, no. I can't stress enough how important getting 4 watchstones is. At least if you're in a trade league, I tell people that it should be your absolute number 1 priority. In any league, your first priority is getting 4 watchstones. This is to the point where you should spend your very last Chaos Orb getting a Watchstone carry if you're not capable of doing it yourself in a timely fashion. Then you should be spending your last Chaos Orb to do it. Like, whatever the price is, just pay it. Get your stone. Close the kind of killing sheep for once in since if I know. Oof. Hell no, if your map combo can be tier 16s without 4 watchstones, you're making your sustain more difficult by having more maps added to the tier 16 drop pool. That's false. That's wrong. That is incorrect. It's actually super incorrect, actually. I can explain it. It makes sense. It does make sense the way you said it. That's how it appears to work, and that is how a lot of people think. But it is very, very wrong because of the hidden map equity system. So it's hard to do this without visual aids. How long do we have? Okay, we're not in an ad break. Okay, we'll quickly explain this for PoE about why this works. Okay, so the first explanation is how map drops work to begin with. That's a pretty quick explanation. You roll to find out whether or not you can drop a map. If dropping a map is successful, you then roll what tier of map that you will drop based on the mob you're killing and just, you know, a normal chart. Then you add the % chance to drop a map 1 tier higher, and then at the end of that you check to see if you can drop a map of that available tier. So for instance, if you have 2 watchstones in, or even 1 watchstone, you can't drop a tier 1 or tier 2 map. They don't exist, right? They're not on your atlas. You can't drop them. So if the roll goes, do I drop a map? Yes. What tier map do I drop? Tier 1. I've got a 40% chance for it to be a tier 2. That's successful. And then it goes to look if there's a tier 2 for you to drop. to pick a tier 2 and it can't find one because there is no tier 2s available, that map disappears and it enters what's called the hidden map equity system. Right? And so the map equity system, what that does is it makes the next map that drops have a 1% chance to drop one tier higher if it's a tier 1 map that failed, a 2% chance for it to drop one tier higher if it's a tier 2 map that failed, a 3% chance for it to drop one tier higher if it's a tier 3 map that failed, and I'm sure that you can extrapolate from there how that works all the way up to tier 15. Right? So that's how that works. Now, if we only have 2 watchstones on our atlas, we can still drop tier 11 maps, which means all the tier 11 maps actually drop instead of giving you an 11% chance to up it by 1 tier. All the tier 12 maps drop instead of giving you a 12% chance to up the next map by 1 tier. All the 13s drop. All the 14s drop. You lose all of those equities. And all of the map equity that is used, that is actually given to you from the like tier 10 and below maps, those are quite often pushing maps up into the low red maps, and you're getting a low red map drop. And every single time that happens, it uses all the map equity system and drops you back to 0. Which basically means this is just a rough back of the hand math. But for every 100 maps you would drop with 3 watchstones in, you would, so for every 100 tier 16 maps that you would drop with 3 watchstones in, you will drop roughly 350 maps with 4 watchstones in. That is not including the extra 25% chance to drop 1 tier higher that's on the watchstone itself. So basically, even if your maps are tier 16 by default, you are getting a fraction of the map returns that you would get if you had 4 watchstones in. A fraction, a very tiny amount. It is actually why people struggle with map returns. Anyway, I hope that helps. That wasn't meant to, you've got to appreciate the confidence of hell, knowing without being so wrong. Look, I don't blame them for thinking that way. It makes sense because they don't show you the hidden map drop equity system at all. It's not explained in game. The only reason we know it exists is because we read the thing from the developer on Reddit like a year or 2 ago. Like, that's the only reason we even know how it works, is it was just like in a Reddit post buried somewhere from the developers themselves. And so now we know how it works, but it's not in game. It's not written anywhere. Like, there's no reason for you to. So then we progress to like, we can progress to like favorited maps, and you can figure out like how many favorited maps would I get if I only had 5. So this is rough math, right? If there's only like 5, I think it is, tier 16 maps by default with 0 stones. And so what happens if I add all of the extra maps in that are tier 16? How many of my exact favorited maps would you get? And the number ends up being about 2.6 times the amount. If you put in 4 watchstones and you just put all your favorites on a tier 16, you'll get about 2.6 times the amount of your favorite return as you would if you had all of the favorites on your tier 16 but no watchstones in. So it's that's just rough. That's not an exact number, but yeah, basically you need 4 watchstones. If you're existing in the Atlas, you should have 4 watchstones. But we won't blame that guy for being confidently wrong, because the way he explained it is what should make sense to everyone. That is absolutely what should make sense to everyone, until you find out about the hidden map drop equity system, which isn't displayed anywhere. Until you know that, you don't understand. But it's not listed anywhere, so How are you even supposed to know? Anyway, if you don't believe me after that explanation, then I guess you can continue making about a third of the profit that you should be from selling maps, and that's fine. And I'll keep doing it the right way, making about 2.6 times the amount of maps that you make. For reference, I did it this league with my go and go strat, which was a wandering path strat, where I ran white maps, literally scoured maps, with absolutely no scarabs and no anything in it at all. And on average, I would run 1 jungle valley and drop 6 to 8 maces with white maps. And then those maces were worth 12c each in bulk with 0 investment. Is this a build? Can I find a test phase build? So I'm not really copying it anymore. I've made too many changes. I pulled this build from max roll. I've made too many changes now to be like, this is the max roll build, but like that's how I started it. I'm not going to put a video out on this league start plan until we get patch notes in case it screws with it. But I will put a video out with my specific version of this thing, just for the people who are interested. But if you wanted to practice now, you could definitely just start with the max roll guide. It's close enough. Do you have any idea when the new league is for PoE? No, but we will probably find out. We'll probably get the announcement next week. Thoughts on starting Falconer? I won't be, but I also think it'll be really good to start. I think it's it looks like a real good option. Like a really good option. Look, that new bow skill looks fucking phenomenal. Like, so good. I don't even... Like, it looks... I'm tempted to change my plan and start it. I don't think I'm gonna, but I am tempted. Ooh. Well, those are gorgeous. But you're not really gorgeous unless you hit max move speed. You're planning on starting the Merchant Guild or Circle of Fortune? Circle of Fortune, for sure. Hit max move speed, I dare you. Huge. Okay. Now, what else can we put on here? Can do attunement. Attunement's pretty good. But what we really want, we don't really need Elirez at all. What is the res that I do need though? Necrotic and Void? Which one do I need more? Necrotic. Okay. Let's see if I can get rid of the Ellie res and put some Necrotic on it. So we would get rid of the Ellie res, hopefully. Hopefully we can use this to get rid of that. Oh, excuse me. Wait. Oh, this only does experimental affixes? What? Wait. No, wait. Is it the wrong one? Is it the wrong one? That's the one I want. Glyph of Despair. Chance to seal an affix instead of upgrading it. That's the one. So the idea of this is hopefully we seal it. This is one of the two ways to use this seal glyph. There are two great ways to use this glyph. Ultimate big dick move is that you've got really good mods. Really good mods on all of them. And you seal like a tier 4 or like a tier 4 mod that you do want. And it like adds it to the implicit and then you get 4 really good rolls on it and you end up with like a 5 mod item that's fantastic. That's the big dick play. The other way to use these things is that you can use the seal a mod thing to try and move a mod off an item so that you can put on a mod you really want, which is what I'm trying to do here. Didn't work. It's fine though. And it worked, and I've still got plenty left. Now, what was the thing I needed? Necrotic res. That's the one I want the most. Necrotic resistance. Hope. Alright, what are the chances I get this to tier 5? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Don't use too much forging potential. I just want to get it to 5. Oh. That'll do. Four would have done it, but I'm happier at 5. And ta-da, we've crafted a new piece. That can go away. God damn, +3 to Swarm Blade form. That's huge. If I was making a Swarm Blade build. Put that away, just in case I want it later. Probably never will. Blow that one up. I think everything else here can probably go. Nope, I want that as well. All right, everything else here can go.
Yes. Take care.
Aha! And now I run even faster. And have one more capped resistance. And have more life. Oh, right. This is a proximity shield. I'm like running around the outside of it. It's basically a proximity shield. I need to actually stand in the ring. My bad. I'm confused. Is this live or a restream? It's actually just a restream. And I very cleverly put this in the middle of it, hoping that I would hit someone. Imagine if I did that though. Shoe on head. But I took my shoes off. What about just like a foot on head? Probably shouldn't just stand in the middle of all this. Eventually I'll die, right? I don't like proximity shields with this many mobs around. They keep killing my totems. You're doing hardcore for release? No, absolutely not. It shows in live stream out. I'll catch you soon. Okay, just in case that wasn't obvious, that was a joke. It's definitely live. Why not? I play hardcore. For me, playing hardcore is just a whole bunch of extra stress that takes away from my fun. It's not necessarily that I'm like incapable of doing it. It's just not fun when I am doing it. Do VTuber AI is really convincing, right? I understand that. Imperial never do hardcore, but I like it in LE. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the worst. I just like, I'm not gonna make fun of the people who want to try it. It's just not for me. I don't get the kick out of it that I used to get. Releveling and such isn't all that fun. Totally getting up playing hardcore. Yeah. Hardcore might be super fun as a second or third character when you really know everything that's dangerous. I'm not totally against like trying hardcore later on, just certainly not at launch.
Take care.
Any concern is server side? Yeah, listen, day one, literally day one, I expect there to be some significant server problems. This is their first big launch. They're going to have way more people than they've ever had before, I believe anyway. And this is going to be their first actual launch. I don't see a way where everything goes smooth on day one. I think they're doing their very best. I would very much like to encourage people to give them a break and calm down a little, because it will not be great. At least early day one will not be great. Oh my god. What is that? Yo, I want to make a Wraith build. What the hell? 62 ward on kill, 63 necrotic damage over time for spells, 11% chance to cast Summon Wraith when you or one of your Wraiths kills an enemy, 27% chance to cast Infernal Shade when you or one of your Wraiths kills an enemy, 62% more Infernal Shade damage per active Wraith against bosses or rare enemies, 58% increased area for Infernal Shade, and for each of your summoned wraths melee attacks. That looks insane. The only thing is I've never played Infernal Shade before. It looks like this is an Infernal Shade build that also has Wraths, and the Wrath's job is mostly to be resummoning the Infernal Shades and giving them area and whatnot, but it looks like you'd use both. The question becomes, is Infernal Shade any good? I don't know, never played that class. But if it is, I bet that weapon's great. Do we know if your character will be sent to the Cycle softcore or to the standard softcore on Realm? I would have assumed that it would be sent to like the standard Eternal Realm, but people were trying to tell me the other day that when you die in hardcore, you end up just going to the Cycle softcore area, which sounds weird to me, and I'm yet to see that confirmed. Your minions, spell, and bow attacks deal 100% increased damage. Your minions leave 10% of the damage done by their spells and bow attacks. Minion cast speed and minion bow attack speed. Huh. Level 5. Jesus. Don't know if that's like really, really good endgame or not, but Jesus, if you were leveling that build, that'd be great at level 5. This is what one for leveling minions. Yeah. Well, hi John. What build guide did you use? I started with just the Thorn Totem version off max roll because I couldn't remember how to build it myself. I've made a decent amount of changes since then, so I've deviated from that quite a bit, but it's certainly a good enough place to start. There's nothing wrong with it. If you want to see like the exact version I plan to play for League Start, I won't be releasing a video on it until we get patch notes in case shit changes and I need to adjust, but the max roll one is fine. It's not too far different from what I'm doing. So like if you wanted to practice it or just get used to the build idea, start with that. Are you even going to play the cycle or just standard releases? No cycle content is basically the same, right? It is basically the same, but I'm absolutely doing the cycle content. Like League starts, fresh economies and everything is like the main thing that I want. Like it's the exciting part. And then started this build because of you. Just got to monolith. Is it steamrolling everything right now? Yeah. That's why I love it. That's why it's probably going to be my League start. Like when it comes to PoE, if they released a PoE league and they were like, lol, no league this time. But here's a fresh start, but with no league, it's just standard. I would still really enjoy the first 2 weeks of that. With absolutely no fresh content or new content at all. The full fresh start and economy reset is a very, very, very large part of the excitement right at the beginning. That being said, if it was a PoE league with literally no content and it was just like, lol, here's standard with a reset, it would only be about 2 weeks before I'd be like, and moving on. But I'd still be real excited about that first 2 weeks. Like that, it's just the economy reset, everyone start fresh bit. That's the exciting part. Plus, there's also a lot of like early game changes there, including a looks pretty substantial graphical rework. Like everything looks so much better in the little clips we've seen and whatnot. So I wouldn't want to just keep playing standard and skip all of that and not see all the new pretty. More like P, not like D4. I promise you they're hoping that too. What does their itemization rework look like? Is there an itemization rework coming? I was unaware. I thought their itemization was already like really good. Their itemization rework, like their itemization stuff that is going on right now is already really good. Oh, you mean D4s? D4's getting an itemization rework. Oh, thank the Lord. I apologize for the heart attack I just gave anyone who was on board with that and thought for a minute that I was saying D4's itemization was really good because bleh. my bad. I got confused with the names. My bad. I thought we were talking about LE still, and I was like, yo, does LE even need an item? The itemization's great in here. I didn't realize we were talking about D4. that's my bad. It didn't trigger in my head that we were talking about D4 because I didn't realize it had any itemization. It's just garbage. Welcome around, Nelly. Will be 1.0. Could have missed the info. 1.0. It's in like, what is that, less than 2 weeks? No one can play it right this second, but it will be out soon. Warlock as well. So far, you said that adding more minion affixes in 1.0 since they're kind of lacking. Huge. Huge. I'm playing a minion build. For anyone who's purely from PoE, who's just looking at this for the first time, in this game, totems count as minions. So there are specific affixes for totems, just like there are specific affixes for like skeletal mages or wraiths or anything like that. But they also benefit from generic minion damage or minion physical, because my versions happen to be physical, etc. Totems are minions. No, thank you. You have to be in town to craft. Nope. Just hit F and it opens the forge up and you can just do whatever you want. You can do it in the middle of a map. Which also means if your inventory is full and you don't want to leave the map, you can open it up and start shattering rares that you want to keep the mods from in the middle of your map, and then free up room to pick up more items if you wanted. Keep forgetting to turn off tabbies. I started MFing 3 days ago. Yeah. The normal thing outside of this league in PoE is that you measure, or at least this is what I do. I don't know if this is what everyone else does, but I measure how good my MFing setup is by how many tabulars I get per map on average. With my goal being to approach 1 average every single map. I want every single map to drop a tabular normally. This league, I'm pretty sure you can get like 15 tabulars a map, so that doesn't count, but like normally.
Take care.
So I normally don't hide them because I use them as like I use tabulars as like the benchmark for if I'm doing enough juice, or if I have enough quantity rarity, or if I have like am I overall MFing enough is judged by how many tabulars I get. That's just my benchmark. Level of corruption is this? Just 100. I only just made it to the end game. This is like my second or third what do you call it, like rotation through the like go at one of the echoes or whatever since unlocking the level 100 versions. So it's not very high right now. I wish I could turn off the damage numbers from my Spriggans, because they're really just buff bots. They're not actually here to do damage. And so it looks really sad to me when I keep seeing these numbers that are like 42. And I'm like, 42? Right, it's the, look at how often they attack. Like the Spriggans are just buff bots. Is a totem build. I want to turn off their damage numbers just so I don't see the damage numbers anymore. Like, why is there a 42 damage and a 2000 damage next to each other? It's because these two little baby trees that are just here to give me buffs and heals also have a shitty attack that doesn't mean anything. God damn, 200. You can get 300% just minion spell damage. 350. My current one has 150 and 70 fizz. I need to get like this exalted affix, but on this kind of base. +1 to all minion skills is too big for me to give up. It's like, that's tagged with minions. Hang on, we can do it here. That's minion. That's minion. That's minion. Even that's minion. Everything's minion. Need trade league for that? Nah. I'll get it.
Take care.
Yo, did I get another level? Oh, I did. Become tankier. Go.
slight trade-off, but there's a no the user totem 15 flat damage when using an axe. I did see that. I was using it originally. Where was it? Was it in here? I was using it originally. Forget where it was now. But +1 level's worth more than that. I think. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure about that. Was in Primalist? Oh yeah, here we go. No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Wait. Where the fuck is it? I was definitely using it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's this one, which I still have. Right. Tripled while using an axe. So it's +10 instead of the +5. Like it becomes 15, but that's +10. But this dude has, this staff has +1 to level of all minion skills, which is all 3 of those, which are like my main 3 abilities, which is pretty important, I think.
Take care.
Play bleed HT. What percent bleed? It feels good spot. I don't know what bleed HT is, but we're talking about last epoch, right? Yes, hammer throw, right. So I can give you one piece of information that I do know, which is, and this applies to all ailments, not just bleed. You're always going to want as much of it as you can get your hands on. There's no stack limit to the amount of ailments you can have. If you have 200% bleed, you apply two stacks per hit. If you have 550% chance to bleed, you apply 5 all the time with a 50% chance for a 6th one. So get more whenever you can. Always good. Same for ignite, poison, armor shred, frostbite, whatever the goddamn hell else things they've got. It's just the way, that's just the default way ailments work here. I don't know if there's an exception. Somebody more experienced would have to tell you that, but that's the default way that all of the ailments work. Because of the opposite other now that I think about it. Yep.
This is a mercy.
If I remember right, this guy's got one of the unique bows that like are really good for people.
This is a mercy. Do not stand in my way. Shatter. This is a mercy. Behold the rage of winter. Shatter. Do not stand in my way.
No.
This is a mercy. Shatter. Do not stand in my way. Rise, my fallen champions. Aid me. This is a mercy. Shatter. Do not stand in my way.
Classical bow that was used in the Falconer reveal. Ooh.
Come, sons of Arthur, aid me.
So this is the one, like, I don't know, weakness? It's not even a weakness. Even calling it a weakness is a bit... Like, my single target is a little bit questionable. And not even, like, super low. It's just not insanely high either. It's enough damage right now. It'll get a lot better. Just like the League Start version of this. Single target's a bit... eh.
Do not stand in my way.
Luckily, I'm super fucking tanky.
This is a mercy.
With a seemingly infinite amount of self-healing. So...
Do not stand.
I don't have to worry too much about it being like, oh no, it's a difficult boss, gotta kill it before I die.
This is a mercy. Shatter. Do not stand in my way. I must to protect my people.
Ta-da! What have I got right now? Guess physical's better. Huh. 100% of Maelstrom damage is converted to necrotic damage. The fuck? Don't even care about those lightless arbor keys. Got a bajillion. Boss keeps moving to playable area. Yeah, he does. Green Maelstrom, best Maelstrom. Wait, does it actually change it to visually to being green? That's actually kind of cool. Nearly every conversion in the game does that. Nice. Good shit.
So the only res that isn't capped now is void res. It looks like my fire's not capped, but it is. Once I put totems down, they get like quite a bit of extra resistances when my totems are down. Also looks like I'll be able to respec out of those 3 nodes as well. That's like getting 3 extra levels. Huge. I guess I could take 6 points in there for a 30% chance to cast Maelstrom when hit. I guess I could do that late game. And I could use Maelstrom as my 5th skill if one of the new skills isn't suited for this build. I could use Maelstrom as my extra thing. Not really care about its damage at all. I could make it chill enemies. And then heal allies and me. Make it in a large area. Oh, increase its duration. Oh, and we could do that. Haste and frenzy. Last time you gain haste. Ah, that's 6 stacks. I don't think 6 stacks is gonna happen when the only way I proc it is like 30% chance when I'm hit. I was thinking I would just take this max 1 stack thing and just let it heal me a lot. Let it heal me a lot and let it give me increase its duration, let it give me dodge chance, and let it give me global increased physical damage taken. So that was because that's basically just going to be a more multiplier to my thorns. It's like an option. I'm just trying to think of like, because we know there's one more shaman skill coming and we know ice thorns is getting replaced. But in this build, the 5th skill is basically worthless, where there's like 4 or 5 different options for our 5th skill. They're all terrible. I've gone with ice thorns just to give myself a little bit of extra armor. There's a few other options. They're all shit. There's no good 5th skill for this build. So like, we're hoping that either the replacement to ice thorns or the new shaman skill, that either one of them will be a good idea. Barely use the storm totem relic, the chance to hit and summon totem. It works amazingly. It's not. That's how max roll started, and its opportunity cost is too high. It requires you to put points up here, which stops me from being able to get my dual Spriggans. It requires me to also cast the manual little pew pew skill to make it summon. And the problem with that is that the Thorn Totem itself only does about as much damage as 1 or 2 of these. Yeah, you can also proc it with Thorn Shield. But the bit that's missing, the reason why I believe that it's bad, is because when you summon a Thorn Totem, it also instantly casts its thorns. There's no wait time like there is with PoE. So to get your maximum DPS uptime, you actually are better DPS wise by a decent margin by just holding the button down and spamming new totems. That's actually more damage than leaving your totems up, which means I've already got an active thing to do. and trying to like weave in this extra stuff to get this one storm totem down didn't really feel worth it, because I was comparing not just the investment that I had to put in to make it happen, but also pressing the buttons to make it happen is DPS time where I'm not summoning new Thorn Totems. So my Thorn Totems are a little lower to compensate as well. I don't think it's like a terrible option, right? I don't think it's like, oh, it's wrong, you should not use that. I just think it's made it into the pile of one of the garbage options to use, right? That's all. I just think it's made it into the pile of one of the garbage options. I think all the options are trash, including the one I picked. I think the Storm Totem one's bad. The Ice Thorn one is bad. You can use Summon Scorpion or Summon Bear. Those are both options. Both to hand out Armor Shred. You can make this guy do the ranged physical spell and make it have Armor Shred. You can do Scorpion and give him Poison Chance and then convert the Poison Chance into Armor Shred, which is like another option. You can do the Storm Totem thing, or you can do the Ice Thorn thing for now, which is what I've done, which is what is this? 40% chance when I'm hit to put an Ice Thorns out. Ice Thorns also creates Thorn Barrier, which gives me 140 flat armor. I increased its duration so it lasts 2 seconds, and I gave it a 10% chance to cast itself again when it expires, which is the option I went with, which is just basically a little bit of armor and an automated thing. But also trash, right? They're all bad options. All of them bad options. So there's really just no 5th skill for this build. So you've got a bunch of really shitty options and you just pick one of those really shitty options and do it. Because you have a 5th skill, you got to use it somehow. I was thinking, that's what I was just thinking about then with that auto casting Maelstrom node, that maybe this is actually a decent option. Because I can get like that healing Maelstrom around myself, make it much stronger, and then have it give me some dodge chance and some global physical damage. This will be the important bit, will be global physical damage as well. And like maybe that's another option. Again though, I still don't think it's a great option. It's just another trash option to throw on the pile. These 4 skills work so well together, there's so much synergy and they're great, and then the 5th one is just, here's 6 different really bad options, pick one. So what I really want is for either the skill that replaces this in 1.0 or the new Shaman skill. One of those two I'm really hoping works with this build, so that we have like a 5th option that's good. That's what I want. I want a 5th skill that's actually good. I'm going to call it a day for today though. I will see everybody tomorrow.